just talk about bars because I found some really interesting things. I trimmed my gilding on the 4th, and sometimes even though I talk about not trimming to the distortion, I wind up trimming to the distortion without realizing it. And one of the ways that I have trimmed to the distortion, which you can't always help it. I mean, there's just things I do not understand about these bars yet, as far as exactly how we should trim them to get the foot to release. Like, what is there such a thing as too much? Well, obviously, if you got down to blood, there would be, but we never want to ever trim to that. Um, but you can take a whole bar off without ever hitting blood if you just take the outer layers off and trim it way down, and then it grows back. Um, it's like thinning down the hoof wall. Those farriers can rasp the heck out of those hoof walls, and they don't usually anyway, don't run into the corium because you're going through layers. You're just thinning it down. Um, One thing I know about bars is they bend. That part of the foot bends. And so uh, we really need to get a better understanding and image of exactly what the growth does after the bar is bent. Because here's what happens. Um, let's see, did I start the YouTube yet? Just a second before I get to explaining stuff. Oh, yes, I did. Okay. Okay, so let me do a screen share here. So
Nou,
I'm
die
not just
Pavkovic Andrea, dat de adres niet geeft, niet van geven. En
I
ze zegt dat het grond
feel
kan je
the
niet kroppen,
same
maar
way.
je kan niet verduren.
I need to
Ja,
mute
ja,
somebody here
dat kan je
just a
makkelijk
second.
zeggen.
I agree. Whatever he said. Let's see.
Die Dubelenhuis.
Oh God, where am I here? Just a minute. Okay, let's see.
En we
Oh,
weten wel dat de Hongaarse boeren verhuren de grond niet graag, omdat dan verliezen ze de subsidie.
there we go. There we go. Okay. So, okay, this meeting is being live streamed. Okay, so I'm gonna just do a screen share here for temporary while I'm talking about this. Just a second here. Well, we'll just go to here. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna take and post this meeting on our Facebook group. Let's see here. Let's see if I'm sharing the right thing here. Well, now I got a blank. I'm just sharing the screen. Hold on. Oh, to do. I'm being technically challenged right this minute. Please have patience. Let's stop share. And what I'll do is I'll just pin that. There we go. That'll just be there for now. This little hoof capsule here. Okay, so now I just need to go to Facebook and post the live YouTube. Used to be able to do live Facebook too, but let's see. Say we're live now. Okay, so today we are going to talk about the bars. Okay, so I have that posted. And let's see here where to start because there was a post today and I did start to write something about it and wrote a whole bunch down and then I wound up accidentally closing out. So let me get over here, do a screen share right here. Okay. All right. So I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Bosky um, wrote a post, says, "Hi, everyone. I open a new thread on bound feet after having read the document in the files. What still is not clear to me is what the difference is, if there is one between bound feet and underrun heels. I think pretty much all bound feet have some sort of underrun heels because the whole back of the foot, the heels themselves get underrun, get bent under. Now it can look different. You could have what looks like just well, I received a message that showed a pony that had very upright feet. And what that is that's where they're trimming the heels out, but the heels refuse to stay down. So they rise up and they pull the wall up, and it, uh, I'm looking for a word, and it makes the capsule smaller as it's doing so. And so they wind up on these little stilt feet, and people think they have super high heels, but the truth is, the real heel has already been trimmed out. We'll show that video here in a minute. Um, so either way, the heels, it's just the response of the back of the hoof wall, whether it bends and grows forward and the bulbs stay low, or which you would call underrun, or the the foot itself refuses to stay down like that, and the cartilages and the digital cushion of the whole back of the foot pulls upward, and then the heels curl around inward. And a lot of times you'll have contracted heels, but it can also curve inward to where you have a wide foot. It just depends on what the frog does. There's just some variables that it's all the same condition. It's all from trimming out the heels, and it is all just a mechanical response to that particular foot and whatever variables are going on and how it's trimmed. Um, Now, I need to find, does anybody know where this is in the files, what it's under? Is it under bound feet? See, at this time, I am not remembering doing this here, but I'm sure I did, but I don't remember it because I'm getting senile. So uh, let's see. Okay, so it says what still is not clear to me is what is the difference? Is there one between bound feet and underrun heels? Okay, so I pretty much just explained that it's it's the same condition internally, but what is different is how the capsule has responded, how the foot has responded and the capsule has responded together to form either one. They're both caused by the same condition of over trimming the heels when the back of that foot needs support. Um, so he says, and if someone could explain this part of Linda's document, I would greatly appreciate it. I don't even know if Linda can explain it, but she'll try. Um, and depending on when I wrote it, I might think something different now. So we're going to have to go look at it. I always learned that the bars are part of the wall. Yeah, well, and they are. What the wall curls into, oh, that the wall curls in, to follow the frog halfway, and there it terminates. So, how can you detach the bar from the heel wall? Okay, well, okay, so we're looking at this picture here, and I think what I might have been doing is just showing how you have to reestablish what the true heel is for where the heel is at the time. Um, I'm gonna go find this file to make sure. Um, okay, so I think what I was doing was I was just showing how to carve off this little tiny piece here, to get the heel, because otherwise what happens is you have a false buttress up here and it starts up here, and you have to keep reshaping this little part of the heel. And a lot of us were noticing too that there is actually a crack right here in a lot of these false heels, that they're really not connected to the buttress. It's not even the real buttress a lot of times that you're dealing with. Again, it's you're dealing with false heel. But what he's correct, he, or is it a she? I don't know that name. Um, Somebody tell me that. Anybody know?
Hi, Linda. It's Ellen. What are you asking
I'm
exactly?
asking if this name is male or female.
Gershke, it's a female Hungarian name. It's a
Okay,
female name.
thank you.
I
Thank
think
you.
I think it's Elizabeth or something like this
Oh,
in translation.
oh, okay. Well,
Well,
that's cool. So how do you pronounce it?
I think it's Bershke, but we can ask her because she's the first time on the chat.
Okay.
And I think she can talk. I just told her that she can join and she can be quiet, but she's welcome to join and talk also.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
She's just saying that her microphone is not working.
Oh, okay. Well, hello.
Yeah.
I'm glad you could make it. So if I pronounce it Boschke,
Bush, I think you just try, and then when she has a voice, right, microphone, she will correct us.
okay.
I hope she doesn't mind.
Okay, yeah. Yeah,
Bushka.
you'll have to excuse us
Yeah. Okay.
and stuff. Well, you know what? This is really great. I'm so glad that you brought this up and that you're just so astute and paying such great attention. And so this is a subject that I wanted to talk about. And so this is great. So basically, I think what I was explaining here, I'll have to go get the file and look it up to make sure. Because, see, here's the thing about it, as we learn more, we change. But what you're saying about how you learned that the bar was technically a part of the wall, that's true. Except I have noticed something, because it is a continuation. The wall comes around here, but then you have the buttress, which, we've just been saying that there's something about the buttress that's just a little bit different, than it's of a little bit different composition. It is all one piece for sure. It goes like, when you lay it out, let's see, I took some clay one time and I made a model, and then I laid it out and it looked like a stealth bomber. It was shaped just like a stealth bomber, which I thought was pretty cool. It was shaped like this. Just a minute here. I'll get an annotate. Ah, come on. Hold on. I'm going to draw it, annotate. Okay, there we go. I'm still learning how to use this annotate here. And we'll go here. So it's shaped like this when you lay it out. something like that. Only way more stealthy. So this would be the bar. The buttress would be like right in here. And so that would be the buttress, and this would be the bar. And anyway, so I thought that was pretty interesting. So it is, in a sense, one continuous deal. But I've also noticed that the bar wall seems not to be as hard as or as thick normally as the hoof wall, and that the heel buttresses themselves are just a little bit composed, just a little bit different, even though it is basically one piece like this. I think the coriums for these have a little different quality to them, because I noticed, like, I got 4 horses were put down at a horse rescue here, and I got the feet off of all 4 of them, and they had not been trimmed in like 4 years, and they were all maintaining their feet. And I noticed that on the bars, they tended to rather easily, after the bar got too long, that it laid over, and I could just break it off, to where it was supposed to be. And I just thought that was pretty interesting, because I had been seeing over the years the different things about Barwell. Like, sometimes it's more crumbly, and I've never really seen Hoofwall totally react like that, to be more crumbly like that, almost softer. Now I know that a lot of times it gets hard for us trim bars, because they can get, high and hard and merged over the sole. But a lot of times too, that's when your bars aren't right to begin with. Okay, so yeah, this little piece right here coming off the heel buttress. What happens is that as the heels are trimmed out, let me get a different thing here. Well, here, wait a second. Oh, let me undo this. Get rid of the annotate. We're going to open this picture again. I'm going to save the image if it will save it for me. Open it and new share it. I remember to do that. Okay, so kind of make it bigger there. So what happens, just what we're seeing on the external. We're just going to talk about what we see on the surface on the external. Let me get the annotate again. And okay, so what we see on the external, like the normal bar, is gonna end right here, like she said, about midway of the frog. Your frog is right here. Here, let me draw a frog in. Frog is right here, let's say. Okay. And so the normal bar ends about midpoint of the frog. But as the heels are being trimmed out and the capsule is getting smaller, you develop a false heel, which is bar. Eventually this buttress right here, this little triangle, is trimmed pretty much out. And so the bar and the sidewall here merge together. And then as they do so, and as this heel keeps being trimmed out, it gradually starts moving forward like this, and your bar starts moving to the side like this. Like, see the difference in the way the bar is angled? And the thing about it is that it will develop a lot of times. Also, the triangle here that is the buttress gets bigger. And the reason it gets bigger in some of these is because it's like if you have a carrot, okay, and you slice that carrot straight, those circles that come off that carrot are only a certain size, right? But if you slice it at an angle, you get a bigger slice of carrot. Like it would be more oval shape here. And so it's the same thing. When this buttress starts getting trimmed down at an angle, it looks and gets bigger, but it's really not bigger. It's really not it really is not that size. Like it would be, you know, like so. Okay, but as you slice it at an angle, it gets to be, if I can draw it, like so, bigger. It gets bigger, but it's really not that size. It's just that you have sliced that thing at an angle. See, like here's your buttress. Okay, when I come in here and, okay, well, let's make a whole hoof capsule here. I guess I don't know how to draw. That's not very good. Wait a minute. Let me undo that. Let's just clear all these drawings. So let me draw a hoof. Okay, so if this is my capsule and this is my buttress right here, okay, and I come, and if I'm just cutting it the way it's growing, it's only going to be about this big. See, let's say it's, well, I don't know how to depict it. Okay, anyway, it's only going to be like, say, this big. But if I cut it at a slant to where I come up like this, okay, that's going to make it bigger. Like a carrot, you know. Here's a carrot. And if you slice it like this, it's going to be one size, like so. But if I slice it like this, I'm going to get a bigger slice like that. You see what I mean? Same thing with the buttress. And so because of this mistake in understanding, you have magazines like the Horse's Hoof, who put out a horse, which is a barefoot magazine, put out an article a long time ago saying that the bigger your buttress, the better. Okay, and that was because they're taught to take those heels way down at an angle. See, that right there is going to be bigger than this right here. And of course, then what happens? When you slice that buttress at an angle, and it'll look bigger on the bottom, like, wow, look there, I have more buttress. No, actually you don't. You've taken away the length and you've just cut it at an angle to expose that. Not only that, but what else have you done? Look at all the horn tubules. They're supposed to be like this, right? What happens when you cut this much out? How is this horn tubule going to be sitting in the foot? And when you lower this part here, I should put it in and snag it, and we'll see here just a minute. I'm going to take my ugly hoof picture. Just a second. I'm going to take my ugly hoof picture here. Oh, that's not good. That turned out weird. Just a minute. No, hold on. New share. Okay. Just to make sure. Now that's an ugly hoof, I know, but copy. Hold on. I'll go back to paint. Wait a minute. Oh, do. Just a second here. Ah, hold on. I'm setting something up here. In paint so I can show you. New share on my ugly foot here. Okay, so if this was the way the foot was and you have the more upright, I should have made it look a little better, horn tubules, and I cut off that much. Let's see here. Let's take this off to where the foot is like this. Then I have changed the angle of the horn tubules. First of all, I've forced the inner foot to come down. I've forced the cartilage down to the ground and the bulbs to the ground when they want to be up here. Anatomically, they are up here, period. And so I have forced them to the ground. As well, I have, okay, so there I put them at this angle when they were at that angle. This would have been the angle that they are connected to. The two laminas, the inner layer of the hoof wall connected to the lamina on the foot that is at this angle. This would be the angle of the lamina on the foot itself. Okay. And this would be where the bulbs should be, right up here. But I, having been led to believe that all horses' feet have to have a 30-degree hairline angle and a 1 centimeter heel, although most people don't tell you that. Okay, I have trimmed the heels out, and when the foot wants to be up here, it is anatomically, physically supposed to be up here, not down here. This bulb is not meant to be on the ground. And so I have not only pulled the bulb down to the ground, I have changed the angle of this horn tubule that much. And so the whole foot, the whole back of the foot is now immediately under pressure and pulling up out of the back of the hoof capsule. But it's all attached and grown. The hoof capsule's all attached and grown to the foot. And so even though the foot is pulling, okay, boy, I get more understanding all the time. It's like under constant pressure to pull up. Well, it's also growing at the same time. It's growing at the same time. And so what you'll find is that that growth here, as the foot is under this tremendous pressure and trying to pull back up to where it's supposed to be, that a lot of that growth sometimes is going to come up into here. Like before I understood this thing about the heels, and I trimmed the heels out of my pony, and she was chronically foundered, laminitis. And so if I trim the frog and the heels down, if I trim the heels down again, her feet did not want to be down here. And so her foot would pull up like this. Now it was getting smaller too at the same time. It going like this. This is just her foot. And so her foot would pull up like this. And when I go to trim her again, I would find this weirdest looking conglomeration in the back of the foot. A lot of heel. It seemed like she just grew heels like crazy. And she grew frog, this really thick frog in here. Well, what was happening was two things were happening. One, the growth was not going down and out the bottom. The growth was being added in up here. And another thing that was happening was as her foot was continuing to pull up, see, it's under constant pressure. You have the digital cushion put under, like you're smashing it. You put it under this pressure. It's right in here. It's pushing the foot up. The very cartilages themselves, everything, the deep digital flexor tendon, everything in that foot wants to be up here and back here. Okay. That's where it was supposed to be. That's the way it's designed to be. That's the foot itself, not the capsule. That capsule is just supposed to grow from this foot that wants to sit up here. So the cartilage, the digital cushion, everything is under this massive pressure to want to pull back up. And so the growth, a lot of times, right in here, the growth will stay in the capsule as it's going up like this, and the frog and everything. And you'll come back and you'll find the bulbs up here, and you'll find this massive amount of frog clear down to here, and this periopal skin that's stretched clear down to here, because you're having two things go on. One, the foot is literally coming out of the capsule, but the periopal skin is growing like crazy and keeping it attached. And another thing that happens is that, let's see here, is that I'm not a very good drawer, but anyway, another thing that happens is that foot is pulling up. It wants to be up here. There's so much pressure pulling it up that as it's pulling up, it is also getting shorter like this because of the way this capsule is responding. Because the capsule is attached to the foot here. And so the pressure of this foot pulling up, because the capsule is hard, well, then the capsule, this part of the wall, starts to curl around inward, so that the capsule is actually getting shorter. Let's see if I can mimic that. The capsule's also getting shorter. It's coming this way, like that. And it's getting shorter because it's being pulled around underneath. Well, so this is just how this distortion works. And then so you can wind up, especially in a dry climate, horses, they can keep that 30-degree hairline here. They can keep a hairline that'll stay down here, and the periopal will hold it together, and everything will be smushed in. Like once, a lot of times what happens is you wind up stripping the frog out from between the bulbs, and then the bulbs themselves curl into that area where the frog stay was. and the foot can stay down like this and be bound and held with the periopal. And you have basically you have no real frog. It's just a periopal frog. And you can have contracted heels like that. The heels can contract, but if they don't contract, they can also go wide. The heels can go wider, and then they stretch the back of the frog out from side to side, and it looks like a real wide foot. That's another thing that happens. And then in some cases, you wind up with this real short can foot that is, let me get out of here a little bit. You wind up with a foot that is shaped like, oh, that's too big. A foot that is shaped like this, with, that's not very good. Well, I need to find something to draw with better. That's not good. Criminally. That'll work. You wind up with a foot like this. You know? More upright. Like that. You can wind up with that too. So this is all from the same thing, over trimming the heels. And it's all mechanical. Every bit of it. And it's just the individual way that particular foot responds, variables in how it was trimmed and when, things like that. So, but now, what is happening to the bars? Because remember, the shape of the whole hoof capsule is like this. That's not very good. I'm going to try and drop better. Is like, well, let's just get rid of some of this stuff here. The shape of the whole hoof capsule is like this. Similar to that. Okay, so right now, what then is happening to these bars when the whole, look at, if that whole hoof capsule can be reduced in size up to a third, well, your bars take up the back third of the foot. And so what is happening to the bar corium that's growing these bars? And what is happening to the bars on the hoof capsule? Because we have to remember, we're dealing with two objects. We're dealing with the inner foot and the capsule. The inner foot grows the capsule, but how the capsule is worn, not worn, or trimmed or not trimmed has a direct impact on the foot and can change the shape and form of the back third, definitely the back third of the whole foot, so that it is shaped in a different way than it's supposed to be. And the reason that people don't know this is because the hoof capsule hides it. And the reason it hides it is because all this happens gradually. All this distortion is happening very gradually, and the hoof capsule is still growing the whole time. But the trimmer does not know that the hoof capsule is changing. And they don't, like, for instance, they don't know the foot is bending. Let me find another picture here. Just a second. Let's look at an inner foot. Let's see here. No items match. Well, that's not right. You're supposed to be full of items. I am not caring for that. Something's up. Hold on. I gotta get out of here and see what's going on. I sure hope I didn't lose all those pictures. Hold on. I'm gonna put you back over here. Here, I'll let you read this for now. Wait a minute. What did I do with it? This is what I made this morning. Just a minute. Oh, well, this one here. Hold on. Oh, let me get this. Just a second. Just a second. I'll get you something to look at while I'm figuring this out. What happened to my photos? I would just figure. Let's see. Pictures. Oh, thank God. Let's see. Okay, they're still there. Hallelujah. I was worried. Okay, let's go. Let's just look at the inner foot again and do some thinking. Let's see, we'll go here and I'll get one up and then we'll, gosh, dang flies. New share. So, you know, as we're doing this, everybody be thinking, and, you know, this is why it would be good to make some models of a hoof capsule. Like make what would be a healthy model of a hoof capsule and then start bending it back to see what the bars were doing, you know. So, okay, does everybody see that foot? Okay, so
Yes, ma'am.
So here's where your buttress is, right here. The heel buttress grows right here. Here's the bar corium. There's the bar lamina. Okay, so the bar grows from here, grows up the lamina, and then it has to grow, of course, the sole grows from here. It has to grow beyond the sole, and this attaches to the sole right here. And so this is all cartilage, all of it, cartilage, and underneath it fat. It can all be moved very easily. And so once something is trimmed a little wrong in the back of that foot, it moves this whole part of the foot to a different, and it doesn't just move this. Okay, if this part here is pulled down, well, there's something in front of it. Looky, we got heel. Here's your heels. Here's your physical inner heel that has to be supported in a specific fashion by the wall. Let's do a little drawing here. Okay, so I can't draw the sole height on. I'm just not that good a drawer. But here's your bar lamina ends right here. Well, there's your bar. Wait a minute. Your bar corium and lamina's right there. I think this here is the bottom of the collateral groove. Gosh, this fly is bugging me. So this is the bottom. This is like the bottom of the collateral groove here. And so looking closely here, I see there is a lamina right here. Well, lamina's right here. Okay. Here's the back of the heel. And so the bar corium is just right here. And then the bar grows up like this. It should be the same as the lamina. And look how straight it is. See, it isn't curved. Well, it's a little, this one's just a tiny bit curved here. Kind of goes like that. So this, if this, all of this back here gets pulled down, it starts bending the foot. right in here. It starts bending the foot. And so it will bend this bar up into the foot, or it will bend it so that it's curved. Do you ever see curved bars like that? And look, bars have growth rings. Okay. They do. They have growth rings just like the wall, and they should be straight. But I've seen and I've had growth rings on bars that were curved like this. Has anybody else ever seen that?
Yes, and do you think, Linda, the curved bars would be on the side that is more, how you say, where the quarters are a little bit flared?
Yeah.
It just makes sense. And the straight one will go inwards.
Yeah. Or they could both, if both heels are really trimmed out, they could both be curved. Like on this.
I mean, there are lots of variations, but what I'm saying, depending on the angle of the foot, of that side, of the wall and everything.
Yeah, like this one here kind of looks that way, doesn't it?
Yeah. Because I just wrote also one post, and I think when we talk about everything about the foot, we need to remember and always remind ourselves that everything is made from the like from, what are they called, tubules, right? Tubules. And I'm just trying to keep in mind all the time, because if you can imagine how they grow, you understand the distortion happening much better, I think.
Okay, that's great.
Because we don't see it as because human mind, when we look at the object, we see it as solid. But the hoof is porous and made of tubules, and that what also I was just making this mental exercise. In the last chat we were discussing that on more run forward heel we will have a hollow kind of look of the sole. And I was just wondering technically, like structurally, why the sole gets so compressed on the other side. Here it will be on the left. We will have a very dense, thick sole on the left side. So then it really kind of, when I started to think about the tubules, how they grow and the angles and what actually happens, when that part of the foot pulls, then it makes total sense. Anyway, sorry for
no. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
See, because we have to take in all this stuff. Like I know about tubules. I know that whole thing's compressed at tubules everywhere, but I hadn't thought of it in the way that you just said.
Like, because I want to explain people why it is like this, because we have to be able to explain it on that level. To people we talk about, then it makes sense. Then it doesn't become like an abstract picture. It becomes like a living model, like a living model.
Movable. Yeah, they don't. The horse's foot is treated like a block of wood, like it's just a chunk you carve.
Well, I think it's just it's simply how we view things, because humans usually view the outside and impression. Anyway, sorry for that.
No, don't be sorry for anything. Please, people, when you're thinking of stuff like this, please share it. And, because you're an artist as well. So you notice a lot of things that a lot of the rest of us would not necessarily notice.
I actually wrote it down so I can I think it's some of my comments, but it was how you call it, there were lots of comments and I wrote it down, but anyway, I'll find it because it's kind of useful, I think.
Yes, I think so, absolutely. And just thinking about the different textures on the foot, the different layers of hardness and softness and moisture and all these things, and the fact that it is just a shell. It is a shell. It is like a fingernail covering for the horse, so full of moisture, very flexible, way more flexible than we even fathom. And I've seen that from two things. One, when I did the experiment with my own horse where I was really cleaning out some of the periopal between the bulbs to see if I could release the cartilages, and how in 3 days, how that foot expanded and how the shape of the capsule totally changed. And then also on the foot where the gal accidentally trimmed the heels totally out of this horse. And then we had her take pictures for the next several days, and we saw that horse make heel out of the sidewall. See, so those two things really, really brought home to me that this.
Did you think? Did you notice whether those feet? I remember that photo you posted from that gal.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think? Do you remember whether the hoof capsule got smaller? Would be interesting.
It probably did. You know, we should have kept on as far as you know, we should have done. I never thought about time, like doing measurements maybe and all that stuff, but I'm pretty sure it did. We can look at them again. We'll have to look at them again and see, you know, and look at all those pictures again, just to remind ourselves of how flexible this thing is. So anyway, okay, so bars, everything back here that gets pulled down, like sometimes, I mean, this piece right here, okay, this piece can literally get wrapped in like this. And as it does so, it's going like this. See, it gets shorter and you have a shorter foot where the heel that you should have here winds up here and over the actual, this heel, the real heel here gets shoved up into the foot. And so you wind up with a fake, like you think this is the true cedar corn up here, but actually it's buried under here. And your capsule is smaller. And you can't just come and just release everything, because the foot has nothing to release into. Because as the foot is getting smaller, it's developing its own kind of false heels and everything else that's keeping that whole foot compressed. And so let me undo this here. So the question is, then what is happening to this bar? Because like the bar corium, I mean, it's really hard right here to tell what is bar corium and what is, like, I can see it on this side. Hold on here. Let's make this bigger. Let me stop this. I can't hardly see it on this side, but I think I can see, because look, this is the bottom of the collateral groove. This is not bar corium right here. You know, so I'm looking at it wondering, well, which part exactly does the bar grow from? Like, is this just right here, is that bar corium, or is some of this bar corium? You know, at this point, I don't know, because it's just like when I skin that foot. Okay, well, let's see. I don't know. That's where the lamina starts. Maybe the bar corium is clear over to here. I'm not sure. You know, I do know that there is a form of sole that grows along the bottom of this collateral groove. So, okay, I think I was wrong. I think, looking at it, because I know this here is heel buttress corium, but you see how seamless this is? How it just rolls from one thing to the other? Like, look up here at the apex. Look at the frog apex, how it just merges seamlessly from the frog, what grows frog, into the sole. And that's why, you know, the frog apex is, once that frog padding grows on there, it's rounded, and you have to start looking to find the true apex. And sometimes, of course, this can be smooshed and grown over the sole here when you got real long toes, and it'll start pulling back and working its way back, and you'll find that your frog apex will move. But see, this is all like a big Dr. Scholl's gel pad sock. And so it's a container. This skin is a container for the parts within it. And so if I take the whole back of the foot and I roll it in like this to where the heels go wide, or I can roll it in, and if it doesn't maintain some form of frog state, the heels will contract. And so all this is good to know, but then as this is happening, what is going on with this frog, or not frog, not heel buttress, barcorium. Yes?
Linda,
Yes?
if you magnify the picture, you see that the collateral groove has the same aspect as the sole corium.
Well, that's what I was thinking, but also look here at the look at the
Yes,
papillae.
this looks another organ, let's say. It's another tissue. But down there, it looks like a sole.
Well, it does, but it might not be. I don't know yet, so I'm not gonna.
Yes, we don't know unless we have the means to go deeper.
Yeah, I mean,
But
because
it
look
looks
at
like sole. No, this is
it
different.
does.
The texture is different.
Well,
But
it is.
there, exactly.
Look at here, though. That's not sole right there. That's heel
No,
buttress.
no. This is not sole. This is, the texture is different. There,
Yeah.
up there, where you are exactly there, it looks like the sole corium.
It does look like it, you know.
And I wanted to pinpoint another fact that now, to my mind, it is clear why we have always separate with the carrot example. We can show now why we are, when we have the carrot, not the correct carrot cut, we have always separation on the white line at that area.
Uh-huh.
The hills quarters.
Oh, in the quarters, yeah.
There is always a separation in the white line when this part that we are showing now looks bigger and fatter.
Well, when the foot is bent.
Yes.
Yeah, when the foot is bent, then you don't have uniform. Well, the foot is not setting flat like it should, and it's not, the walls aren't connecting to that area the way they should, and so that's why you can't get a clean white line there.
Yes.
Yeah.
We always have all the horses have seen, they have wall separation and not a neat white line in the quarters of the heels when the heels are overlaid or curved in. Always there is this.
Oh yeah, yeah, I know. See, and that's why I'm happy now, because I got a clean white line all the way around, but I'm having issues with my bars now and stuff, because I think I started trimming to the distortion and letting the lamina grow over the sole. And so I noticed when I trimmed, like Valor, he used to have gray soles. Now he has white soles, but he's got gray marks here and there. And I was trimming part of the bar when all of a sudden I seen a piece of that gray sole appear. And that showed me that I had bar material growing over my sole and stuff, because the innermost layer is white. And so for a long time, I've tried to maintain trying to get or find the lamina in the bar, the lamina line, because I know that the lamina of the bar can grow up over this area here. And so anyway, when these feet are bound, this heel, the back of the foot is pulled down and it bends like your hairline. It'll bend your hairline up at the top, and it'll also shove these heels upward. So, then I wonder, well, then what is going on with these bars? Because as this has been happening, as the back of this foot has been distorting, either like if this heel and all this curls in this way, well, that bar is going to curl in that way too. If this gets shoved up into the foot, well, what else gets shoved up into the foot? The bar gets displaced and shoved up into the foot too. But the thing is that it's happening gradually. And as it's happening, the person that's trimming is just continuing to trim the bars in this very same way that they were trimming them all along. And what happens is you get this distorted bar that's internal. Oh, how to explain this? But you have created an image on the surface of the foot that is really not true to fact to what's really happening to these bars. And then that excess bar growth coming from now in a distorted place deep inside the foot, even though you can't see it on the external, because you've just continued to trim what is truly a distorted bar. You've continued to trim it as if it was just that same old normal bar you used to have and stuff. But the real distortion is internal. That's like a lot of times you'll see a horse has really super deep collateral grooves. Why is that? Because the whole back of the foot is bent, and this area here bent upwards into the foot. And so I have been trying to reimagine and rethink some of this stuff as far as how we trim the bars and how much bar to trim and how to deal with what is now becoming more of an internal distortion, to where if you do not get those bars trimmed right so that they can start to release this foot, it's going to really prohibit your advancement, say, as far as releasing the back of that foot. So let's look at some more pictures of the back of this foot. Okay, so again, this part here, watch this. Now this is connected to this. I just had to cut it. Okay, so as all this is pulled down, again, what's it going to do? It's either going to make this heel go out, or, well, I don't know if it curls it in and it can make it look wide, or it curls it in and it contracts the heel. And this whole bulb, this would be the bulb in here, can be twisted and curled in like that. And then this periopal here, okay, it gets pulled in like that too, and it just winds up binding the whole foot so that the capsule doesn't come off the foot. Okay, so this foot here, let's see, which foot is that? I'm trying to remember which foot that was. I think that was a distorted foot, but I can't remember. Now this foot was actually a very good foot internally, but they did not trim the pillars right, and that's why you see these cracks. But she had very good heels. She had no internal distortion. Can you see how they did not trim the pillars correctly? And this is what led to the cracking. Okay, so this was the deformed foot that the heels were trimmed out of. And here, look what you see here. Okay, the whole back of the foot was pulled down. Now, in this particular foot, it didn't totally strip the frog stay out, and the heel stayed wide. But you see where the heel is right there? How it's pushed up like this? See, on the other foot, let me see if I can find that. On the other foot, it's like this. I'll show you the difference. When I set the protractor on it, where the heels are. Just a second. Okay, do you see how, here's the bulb. Okay, do you see how the heel is above the bulb? Right there. Okay, this shows us right here, these bulbs are not supposed to be on the ground. Now, as we are looking at all this, we want to keep considering the fact that our bar is right here. Okay, so again, this foot had no internal distortion. And so we see where the true heel is supposed to be, how it's up here. And so it stands to reason then that these bulbs should not be on the ground, because from here on, you have sole that has to grow. Right here, you want at least an inch of sole. And you see how far that would bring the bulbs up off the ground? And of course, here's where your frog grows. In here, the frog stay high up between the bulbs to support the bulbs, and then probably this long underneath it. So you have all this support. You need, this all needs to be supported up off the ground. And so now let's look at this one again and see the difference in the heel. Okay, see how the back, where, look at the bulbs here. I'm going to put these together just a second here. I have a picture of them somewhere together, but I don't know if I can find it. Just a second. Okay, hold on here. Take a picture. Oh. Okay, can you see that now, both of them together? And you look over here, and I want you to look at this right here. Okay, this is all, you see how this looks all fat here? Now the digital cushion is right under here. See how it looks all fat and rounded? It looks fat and rounded because it's been forced into a compressed position. This area right here is where the top of the frog stay and between the bulbs is supposed to be. But this has been pulled clear down under the foot behind. The bulbs that should be up off the ground are pulled down to the ground. It's compressed the digital cushion and made it look fat. Okay, so you know what they think then? They think this is the digital cushion being developed, but it's not the cushion being developed. What it is the cushion being compressed into a smaller container so that it's bulging here. This horse here was barefoot trimmed for about 16 years. And he was put down due to shredded tendons. And this was done by a professional barefoot trimmer that took training from well-known people in the barefoot, movement. And so this is the difference. This is a deformed foot. This is a foot that was not deformed. Again, your bars are right here, right in there. So when this foot is being pushed in when the heel is being pushed in like that, what is happening to the bars? It happens slowly over the time. And if you look at the protractor, this protractor here looks the same as this protractor, right? But underneath, it's totally different. And this is what happens when you're trimming these deformed feet. As you are trimming the heels out of them, well, you're trimming it the same way up here. It looks the same. But underneath, it's deforming. See? It's deforming. And so now that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with what we're seeing on the exterior and trying to figure out, well, what is really going on in here? Like on my horse, I think the one heel is good like this, but I think the other heel is still pushed up, because what happens when these heels get pushed up? You get a hollow heel, unless it's filled up with sole somehow. But then on a lot of them, what we see when we exfoliate that sole is they got concave hollow heels. But you see on this horse here, now here's another thing. I want you to look at the shape of the bar. And I want you to look at the shape of the foot. Okay, so when you're thinking that this bar has to be the same level as the wall out here, what would you say? Okay, if the foot is shaped like this is the hoof capsule. Okay, then this bar here, do you see the shape of the sole here, how it angles down? The sole angles down to the bar here. See, so this bar wall, even though we're going to have, the bar wall be up here because you got to have some sole growth, right? Okay, even so, your sole angles down slightly like so. Why would that be? Well, that's the shape of it is meant to keep your heels from contracting. You see that? If the shape of the sole is like this, angling down, well, it's the same as the bar angles down and the sole up here angles down towards the center of the foot, just as it does around the whole foot. But the heels are still supposed to be full of sole. They're supposed to have a platform, but there is a slight angle there, like that. And all of that is meant to keep kind of some force pushing out so your heels don't contract. Just like having a nice thick frog stay here, that keeps your bulbs from contracting. So now, are you kind of getting an understanding of what I'm saying is how, as this foot is slowly distorting and these bars are being bent, however they're being bent up into the foot, just like the heel is being shoved up into the foot, and the capsule's getting smaller, and the circumference of the foot bent inside the capsule is smaller, but you just keep trimming it like it's normal, and so you don't see what's going on under here. See, so I really want to see what is going on with these bars. I mean, I just really haven't spent a lot of time contemplating this. And as a result, I think we need to understand. I mean, see, it can be difficult in restoring these feet as far as in how much, when, what, where, and how to release as you are growing stuff. Because like we learned on the periopal, if you just go, you know, in there and start removing periopal when you have no height to your foot, no heel height, your heels will contract. A lot of times that periopal and even a false periopal frog stay is keeping your heels from contracting. And so then, you know, you go soaking the feet and removing the periopal and you ain't got no heel height. And the heels just suck up and contract. So see, we're learning, unfortunately, sometimes after the fact that even though there's distortion and certain things in certain places, sometimes you have to wait a little bit to totally release that, or release it gradually as the foot is growing, so that your foot has something to grow into. See, otherwise, the back of these feet can release. And you see it too on these people's horses where they've had the feet trimmed out of the horse, and then the horse gets into a bunch of moisture, and that softens that periopal and the bulbs just burst out the back. You know, so it's better that we find a way to that, which is what we're doing. We're growing a hoof capsule onto this foot while releasing it and allowing the foot, see, this foot here, ideally what should have happened was you restore the heels and the back of this foot would get pushed back up just like this and look just like this right here. This is what this foot ought to look like. This area here should be clear up here. Clear up here. And of course, these cartilages, you know, they're just pulled way down like that. So all of this should look just like this. See, this area here has been pulled clear down to here. And these bulbs here, this bulb here is underneath the foot. And it's just totally deformed. The heel is pushed up. Well, what do you think happens when we pull all this down? What's going to happen to that? See, it gets, the whole foot is bent. So let's see here. So I'm going to do some experiments. Well, see, I see it here on this. Let's see. Let me oh, hold on. Let me stop the annotate here and back out of here a second. Stop share. Okay, so okay, so do you see how I've got this here, this hoof capsule? Can everybody see that?
Yes, we can see it, Linda.
Okay. Okay, so I've shown this before. Maybe we can see it better now. Do you see how that bar is bent up into the foot? I mean, it's really obvious now. See, it's supposed to be connected. It's supposed to be connected right here. Right here. You can see where it came loose, where it bent up into the foot and it came disconnected from right here. See how it's stretched? See how the sole stretched right there? Okay. Now you can't see this one. Why? Because it's full of sole. that I did not exfoliate, but it's probably the same. Okay, it's supposed to be, see, it's supposed to, see how it looks there with that on it. But when you remove that, now let's look at it like this. Okay, do you see how they're both the same? Okay, so that is not supposed to stick up into a horse's foot like that. See, that's even the other bar. That's the other bar. That's that bar. They're not supposed to, you see this part of the foot was being bent down. This is false heels. This part of the foot was being bent down. It was pulling the whole back of the foot down. And as it did so, it took this bar here that should have been like, well, let me see if I can do this bar here that is now like this, should have been like that. Not up in the foot like this, like this. And so as the back of the foot was being pulled down, because look, the foot is connected. This horse had really good connection and good heels and a good frog and everything like that. Now I know after the fact, but you see all this, that foot's connected to all this good lamina and everything. And it's, that foot is connected to this capsule, but this capsule is being distorted and deformed due to the way I was trimming it, trimming the heels. And all I was doing then was I was trimming the frogs down, and I was trimming the heels back to the base of the frog at that time. Now later I started measuring and trimming them clear down to the periopal flaps. But at this time, I was just trimming them back to the base of the frog every time. Well, he wears his frog down, and each time you trim the heels lower and lower, and it's taking the back of the foot, it's pulling the whole back of the foot down. Here is one of his feet. Okay, you see how the back of the cartilage is pulled down like that? And got another one somewhere. Let me see here. I can find it. Well, look here. Here's the other side. This is a plaster cast I made of that foot. And so you see here how this hairline's supposed to be like that. But as I was trimming it, it was going, trimming the heels down at each heel, it was pulling it all down like this. Well, it's pulling this down like this. What's going on to the inner heel here? This is going on. It's bending us all down, this cartilage down like that, and it is shoving that heel up into the foot like that. Okay, so I am a consistent trimmer. This was happening on both feet. This is the other front foot. Okay, see how that looks? That would have been how I would have trimmed it this time if the horse hadn't died. I didn't kill him. Okay, I would have taken off that much more heel in the next trim probably, because the frog was on here, I think, when I trimmed this foot. So I would have taken down that much more. Well, this is what it was like. You can see that this is being pulled down here like so. And, you know, it's, well, I don't know if you can see that, but it is. So as this is being incorrectly trimmed, look, he's pulling. I know this foot is dried out, but I know he was pulling his heels around underneath him like that. And that then the bar here, again, we see the bar as this is being pulled down like this. What's happening? The bar is being bent and pushed up into his foot like that. Okay. Oh, but it's just transition soreness, right? That's all it is. That's what we're told. Well, no, I wonder how many of these horses have the bars bent right up into the bottom of their foot. See, here's his foot right here. That bar would have been bent right up into his foot, jamming up here. And I bet that's right about where the navicular bone is. Jamming right up into there. So this, which is supposed to be shallow, it would have been shoving right up into his foot right there. You know, those bars are pretty hard. The bar's pretty hard. See it there? Now, can anybody tell me how they can see that that bar has become disconnected from where it should be right here? And bent, see, it would have been like this. Like that, going up into the foot, going up into the foot. You see that? Caudal foot pain. That's what they call. They can never understand navicular.
Follow the rings.
What did you say?
Follow the rings. So you see where they end and where they go.
Yeah.
They should be parallel to the wall.
Yeah, they should be, shouldn't they? Well, now, here's the deal. Okay, so there's the bar. See, you just keep trimming the bars the same way. See there? Now, look, you can, yeah, you're right. Look, you can see that ring kind of there. You can see that it's kind of aimed that way, instead of just straight. And, but here, now, what happens is, like, your bar is growing from right here. What happens is you're still trimming the bar the same way. The bar can be jammed up into their foot like that, okay? But you've just been trimming the bar in the same way, right like this, and you don't see it. See, I never would have trimmed that bar down to that. See there? Where's the white line? Like, you're looking for a white line, which is really yellow, you know? And so you're looking for it, and you're trimming your bar, and you keep your bar about like so. You think that's your real bar, but actually what's happened to the bar is it's been jammed up into a foot like that. And now we know why also so many times you go to clean out the seed of that corn, and there it's so, well, this one, look at all that flaky stuff in there. If you're to clean out the true seed of the corn, you'd clean it clear back to here. And if you were to find the white line of the bar, you'd find it clear down in there. See there? See the white line of the bar? Because the bar of the inner foot has been bent, forced into that position to where it's going to grow the bar like this now. But then it's just gonna like merge a lot of times over the sole and blend in right here to where we don't even know this is happening. Okay, so makes you wonder, like, maybe we should be trimming them bars way down. Do you understand what I'm saying? You know, I mean, I probably trim bars as much or more than anybody, but I've rarely trimmed them down like that much. But it makes me wonder, especially after this last thing, and maybe there's a time to and a time not to. Like, maybe the time not to is if you're still trying to get a little bit of height to your foot, maybe, or something. Or but then again, what if your horse, this has happened, your horse is super sore, can't seem to find what's wrong? You go and you trim the heck out of this bar, and it's able to actually, the horse is able to actually push this down so it's not jamming up into the back of his foot. You know, like, if I could pull this heel up, which, see, if I use some DIM right there and supported the back of his foot and then really trimmed that bar down, maybe this would just come out like that. See? So anyway, there's something to think about. We'll leave that there. And well, here, look here. We'll show you this here. Now this horse's heels are collapsed and run forward, but he's still got a better foot than this guy. This guy was never trimmed, hardly ever. And of course, this guy was trimmed by me. And so, oh, hold on. I have a call that I have to take.
Elena? Elena, are you there?
Okay, sorry about that. Had to take that call. Okay, so has anybody got any questions or comments on the bars? Anything you want to share? Anything like that?
Hi, Lynn, that's Leah from Madrid.
Hi.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, I can hear you.
Yes, well, just about the bars that, as you were saying, that they are jammed up inside. I've always thought of that. So when you're trimming the bars, and you know that sometimes you have to go in really deep.
Yeah.
So you were saying now that you thought that maybe it would be a good idea to actually go in deeper to actually help them resurface back.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
I heard, I don't know where I heard it, but I saw also you know, a capsule that they put, you know, these I don't know, this kind of, think of a fish that ate everything except the bar material.
Yes.
And
I know who. Well, it's not fish, it was beetles.
Okay, I don't
Yeah, but it was in an aquarium. Okay. And I know who did that. See, that was Cheryl Henderson.
Okay, well, I saw that, and I also saw how they put a picture of the bars jammed up inside the foot, just like you're explaining now.
Really? Okay.
And one of the suggestions was to trim it out, and then when you trimmed it, the next day you would see that the bar would be the same as it was the day before you trimmed it. So
this makes sense now. Yes. Okay, this is making sense now because I heard those same things. Okay. And but see, I don't remember seeing the bars like that on those feet she did, but what I saw was there was this residue thing that she called bar smear.
Yes.
Yeah. And anyway, yeah, okay. Okay, well now that's making sense, isn't it? But
Yes.
see, they thought that the bar grew up into the foot. Okay, but this is not the bar growing up into the foot. And see, I thought the bars did this for a long time too. This is because the heel has been bent down, the bar has been pulled up. See what I'm saying?
Yes.
Yeah. Wow. Thank you for sharing that. That makes sense.
My thoughts, Linda, on this is that if the heel has been trimmed out, the heel is bent in. This means that it's pushing the bar in. If we trim it, you know, and it's so that it resurfaces, it can unpush the foot. Because the heel is still bent, wouldn't that I don't know, affect the structure and maybe destabilize the capsule because the heel is still bent, you know?
Yeah.
We're taking away the bar that was holding it together, so maybe it wouldn't be so positive. I don't know what you think about that.
Yeah, well, see, I'm concerned about that too. You know, I don't know. You know, I don't know.
I think this is a case of what came before the chicken or the egg.
Yeah. Yeah. See, yeah, I don't know. See, that's why I'm concerned about that too. Because with that, like I was saying about the periopal, removing the periopal is a good thing, but I mean, and you have to a certain point to release that foot, but you don't want to overdo it to where the foot just blows out the back of the capsule and has nothing to be in, you know, because I've seen that well, just in general, when people have feet that are trimmed out and then the foot finally decides I can't take this anymore and the periopal gives and the foot just out the back, you know. I can show you a picture recently of one. Let me go get an example here. This was just recent. Let's see here. Oh, where to go?
Yes, that is very you can imagine that because the foot is squished into a smaller capsule. So as soon as you take the band that holds it together, it would come out. But when we're talking about the bar and the capsule that is bent, it's all held together by this bar. So if we trim it out, then wouldn't it break perhaps? Or because you're saying it's very elastic, it may not break, but then it wouldn't be stable for the horse to walk on.
Yeah, see, I don't know. You know, I don't know if it'd be a good thing or a bad thing since it's bar, you know, because I don't know. I just don't know. So that's all I can say right now. Now I'm going to show you the bar I found on my horse because, you know, hate to say it, but I am still restoring Valor's feet. You know, I mean, we've come a long way, but there were so many things that we did not know in the beginning. First of all, we didn't even know the foot was bound. Thought it was just a matter of growing heel. You know, didn't know any of this stuff that we know now. I can look, oh man, there's just so many things I've learned. Just so many details, even the fact that the whole foot gets bound up by periopal and that you can have a periopal frog.
Yeah,
you know, who'd have thought?
That's amazing.
You know, things like that. So any little thing that you're not doing right retards your progress, you know. Let's see, what was I going to look for? I was just going to look for something. Now I forgot what. An example. An example. Just a minute of one I saw recently. So let me get on here. Let's see. Okay, this is an example of bulbs that want to burst out of a capsule. Just a minute here. Okay, see that right there? It looks like a bruise, but what it really is the foot pulling out of the capsule. See, you got periopal here, and this is pulled and stretched up out of there. And so this will grow periopal again.
But did that happen because the periopal was trimmed out, or just because it's happened because the capsule was too small?
Capsule too small, foot compressed in there, and horse been standing in a pond. See the moisture? Okay, see it there? His foot wants to come out. You see how, okay, you see how in between the bulbs there, you see how that's sucked in there? That's because the foot is expanding out this way, but that old frog and everything is staying right there. See? Let's see. See, you can tell by looking at this. See, again, this is a different foot than the one I was showing you, where I told you that, you know, when they pull down all that cartilage and everything like that, it compresses the digital cushion here and it all looks fat, and they think that's the digital cushion developing. You know, it'd be like me squeezing this. Well, it's like this. Okay, okay, you see this ball? That's the digital cushion. Okay, and it's just resting the way it should be in my hand. Well, then as you make the hoof capsule smaller, oh, look, the ball is getting bigger. It's a miracle. It's growing. Look, the ball is growing. See what I mean?
Yes, I actually read in a book, one of these hoof books, that when the digital cushion was all fat and plump, that it was very good. And I could see that the capsule was much too small.
Yep. That's funny, see? So yeah, let's hear. We'll do it again. Now, what's interesting then, if we look at this picture of this foot, look at this ball. Is like it's full of pink stuff. Okay. And so when you squeeze it, the rubber gets thinner. That's just the same thing going on there with that foot. Here, we'll set you right there. There's your digital cushion. So let's say if I could make this hoof capsule smaller and glue it in there, it'd do the very same thing. Oh, look, the digital cushion is developing. Okay. Okay, let's see. Let's go back to the picture here. New share, screen share. See, look at the coloring of it because it's under all that pressure, you know. Let's see here. Okay, that's pretty good picture there. You see it? See how red that is? That foot just wants to come right out of that capsule. And of course, you know, so you got the situation of don't trim the frog, but trim the heels. And then that old dead frog just binds that foot down there too. But that, and so you have the mechanical situation of the capsule's pulling one way, like you're pulling a shoe off, and the foot is pulling the other way, like you're taking your foot out of the shoe. That is the mechanical situation that's going on constantly in these feet. See, look at that. See how it's split, how the foot wants to split out. And of course, the frog and the capsule and everything is staying there. It's just small. See, and people think that that is like an overreach or something. Or in this case, the gal thought he wore it on the sand like that. But let me show you another picture of a different foot now. Let's see, what would that be under? Under the file of bad barefoot, or was it bad farrier? I can't remember. I got a name file something, so that's what is this it? No. See, bad farrier, here we go. Bad boy. Okay. Seen this? And look, same situation. Okay, let's see here. New share. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I got it. Okay, new share. Here we go. So you see this foot right here? I seen this on some deal on Facebook. And this is a gal that's a farrier over in England. And she said, I believe these were caused as a tread injury from another horse. See that? But what is it really? Okay, this capsule's been trimmed out of this horse worse than the one we were just looking at. And why is that? Because the other horse is being trimmed just for barefoot. This horse is being trimmed so that you can put a shoe on it and still try and have frog contact. So he has no heels at all, just to try and have frog contact. You see that bad doctrine, what it does? And so look how puffed up back here. See, they'd think this horse had great digital cushion. But what is it really? Well, what is it really? It is, let's see. It's this deal here. Just a second here. I keep messing up. Just a minute. That's that. It's doing that. Right there. That's why I got the red there too. It's inflammation. So I said here, the foot below has been trimmed by a farrier that believed the frog must kiss the ground or have ground contact, thus overlowering the heels chronically. The injury is from the horse being forced on its bulbs, not the foot is trying to burst out, is what's happening. This minute. And so this is a picture of my mare's foot, and her foot was not completely right either. But you see the frog here, okay, and the heels up here. Now, here's the bulbs. The bulbs should not be being pulled down under the foot and onto the ground like that. I mean, this is like ridiculous here. Just a minute. So this is Maggie McNamara. She trims TACT, and that's what her farrier was doing. See there? This is actually a prolapsed frog. We've already seen where the actual heel is supposed to be above the frog. These heels here, this foot is pulled down and bent, and look at the back of it here. See, if you put a shoe right here, the width of a shoe, the thickness of a shoe, oh, then you have frog contact. And so again, they think this is developing the digital cushion. So then she got a barefoot trimmer, and she said her barefoot trimmer fired her for asking too many questions. Why is that? Because all they have is pat answers given by the barefoot gurus. And here she started in 2020. I should get a hold of her and see how she's doing now, because she sent me this in 21, where she's finally growing some heel on the horse, but has a ways to go. See there? So again, where are the bars at when this is all happening? You know, where are the bars at? Okay, here's another one, another farrier. This is the F trim. Has anybody heard of that one? The F trim. I don't know what the heck he means by F. Well, I can give it a name, but maybe he means function. I'll be polite. But that looks unfunctionable to me. So they put a shoe on this so they can get frog contact, but they ain't even got any frog. These are those lips, frog lips, that are just being pulled down and pulled under and all that. Oh yeah. The Foot Pro information series. See, it's ridiculous. Oh, maybe this one wasn't the F trim. This is some other trim. And see, they got all these initials behind their name. I mean, is anybody but me seeing what's going on here? Look at all the foot he took off. See, just so this farrier could put a shoe on it and still have frog contact. Imagine they're forcing the most sensitive part of the horse's foot to pummel on the ground. Yeah. Yeah. The Foot Pro series. It's a joke. It's a joke. It's an abomination. It's disgusting. It makes me sick. So this is all of my bad farrier series here. Okay, yeah, this is the F trim, this one. See, they don't have any idea what they're looking at. Okay, so this is that 1 foot. This is the F trim one here. The other one was a different farrier. This one going back here. This is Farrier Hoof Trim Tools Process Foot Pro Information Series for professional farriers. There you go. And I remember the reason that I took a picture of this was because it reminded me of these other two things, farriers, what they're doing. Now, it's not their fault because they've been deluded and deceived by the veterinary profession for 250 years, where all this frog contact BS came from. Okay, so here, that's that professional farriers trim. And here's the F trim with Daniel Anez, who is marketing genius like Casey LaPierre and some of, see, it's all about marketing, come to find out. Not about truth. And all the horses they cripple, maim, and lame, you never hear about them. And if you do, it's the diet. See? Here, look at that. See how the heels are lower than the frog? See, I think that's the same as this one here. Here's, yeah, because here I put it as an example. Daniel Anez F trim, Pro Series Farrier trim. See, the worst thing that happened was when farriers started trying to apply barefoot methods and methodology and ideology of this frog contact BS. Here we go. Bulbs on the ground. These are super professionals here. Da 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 da. What is this? This is from my mini documentary on farrier forgery, the devastating and diabolical truth of the lie they believe and practice. Or how to win friends and influence people. Okay, so there's the F trim again. So a well-heeled history, just to remember, for you to remember. See what it does to the foot? See that? It says a well-written article by Marilyn Farrier, Henry Hamerling, titled "The Proper Hoof Angle," gives a detailed history of hoof angle theory, which has to do with heel height. I will take the liberty of paraphrasing some excellent research. This was out of American Farriers magazine, which he started. He's passed away last year. And so somebody else runs a magazine. But listen, they say for nearly 2,000 years, it was held that a high-heeled foot was the ideal. It was believed that the frog should not come into contact with hard ground. In 1754, Etienne Guillain Lafosse declared that the hoof should be at a low angle with the frog fully engaged, despite many complaints of lame horses. Despite, you ever known people like that they come up with an idea, and even though it doesn't work, they're going to run with it anyway. Anybody else know people like that? Ever known a man like that or a woman like that? Ever worked for somebody like that? You know, I bet we all have. So this poor horse here, look at the look on his face. See? Okay, here's a good one. Look at that. See? Ingenious. Ingenious. I wonder why he has a torn suspensory. this just stuff I collected. Yeah. Oh, let's see what else I got here. Makes you wonder why they'd kill all these shod horses, doesn't it? Like, what happened there? Why were these horses all killed and crippled and everything like that? Anyway, just stupid stuff. Inferiority. We're back to there. So, all right. So anyway, so we're trying to restore these horses' feet. Da, 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 da. All right. Well, I'm going to show you some pictures of my last trim. God, I hate showing pictures of my horse's feet. You know why? Because you want them to be so perfect, you know? And when they're not, especially when you're in my position, you feel an obligation to have perfect feet. But I didn't even know what a perfect foot was until the last year, exactly what it was supposed to be. You're not going to get anything that you don't know what it is. You know, every year something has been added as to, oh, that's how the foot's supposed to be. Or understanding that you've got a distortion that you didn't even know about. So I didn't trim him for a while, so his toe got long, so he's got some red in the toe. Just a minute here. Where are we at? Okay. Just a second here. Man, I'm telling you, these feet take on so many different shapes and forms. Let's see, what is this one? Okay, so 11/9. Well, it's November. Okay, so this would have been my last trim, and this is the right front. So we're just gonna go through it. What the heck? I don't remember when the last time I trimmed it was. Maybe 4 or 5 weeks ago, something like that. Hold on.
Linda, share.
I'm okay. Hold on. Trying to figure out where to start here. So we'll start at the B4. Now, let's see. Okay. Let me make that bigger. Okay, so when I'm looking at this foot now I'm seeing some good things in that I'm seeing that these horn tubules here that were further forward are starting to move back. And as this moved back also, it's kind of bunching up my cartilage there. But that don't look too bad. He's got a pretty good cartilage once you get the right angle. And his heels are really starting to stand up. And this is the worst heel. It's always, for me, on the outside, the worst heel. So I just want to take pictures of this foot before I cleaned it up. And so then I cleaned it up, took a picture, and here you can really see the cartilage is very nicely extended, more than what I thought. And so I just want these heels to move back under it. But you know, to do that, the heel has to come down. Because remember, when all this gets pulled down, what happens to the physical heel? It gets pushed up. And then what happens too? All the angles of the horn tubules get changed as well. So it's growing from that position. So we're having to move that inner foot and get that capsule to grow from a better position at each trim. See, I'm liking what I am seeing there. And what I'm really hoping for is that the hairline's going to come up to here. And that all these horn tubules are going to be like this one here, move back to here. The hairline's going to come up to here. The foot will extend a little back. The heel will be about here by the time all is said and done. That's where we're headed. And the dorsal wall will be at least this steep or a little steeper. Let's look at the back of the foot. You see how that does not look bulging? But if you feel right in here, you will feel a big frog stay. Now you can't see it here because this is periopal that's just on the back of the foot covering this up. But in here, he's got a really good frog stay that you can feel. You can feel it clear up in here. But the frog still needs to pull back some more. That looks really crooked right there from the angle. I don't think it's quite that crooked. Yeah, no, it's only that crooked. But okay, so this is the what? The lateral side where the heel was more trimmed out. And so it tweaked all the horn tubules around over in this direction. And there was never a crack there till they all started moving back in this direction. Now, what I think is interesting about Valor's feet is because of how barefoot trimming just destroyed the pigmentation in the hoof wall and in the sole, it gave him these striped feet because he had black hooves, except for in the back, the white ones, with a little bit of black. And so you can clearly see the horn tubules. Now, a lot of what you see here too is look at the periopal tubules. Do you see them? Everything is tubules. Like what was being discussed earlier. And so, who was that brought that up? Speak up, prefer.
It was Elena.
Elena, yeah. And stuff. So Elena brought that up about the whole thing is tubules. And what you're seeing here on the very, very exterior are tubules, I believe, of the periopal. So you can see clearly in Valor the growth rings. See the width of the coronary band here? And then look at the width of these growth rings. I mean, they're just the different colors and stuff like that. So you see the horizontal horn tubules and the horizontal growth rings and the vertical horn tubules. There's the medial side, which I'm not too displeased with that, but I also see where I probably need to work on these horn tubules here and get it so that this I need to put a little gap here, in other words, to relieve some of this so I don't have that arch in the hairline. But I'm liking the way his heel looks here, very much so. And then looking down at the heels, another thing I'm noticing about him is just the quality of the periopal band along the back of the foot. I don't think it is any longer underneath the foot or drawn in between the bulbs. But, so you see here, when I started trimming the bars this time, like right here, when I trimmed this, see how his soles used to be wholly gray. And this color here that you see, they were gray, the whole sole. But again, when you trim the heels out and you abound that foot up, it destroys the pigmentation. And other people have been noticing too that as they're restoring the feet, they're getting white stripes in their hooves. And so when I later trimmed some of this up, more of the gray here showed up, which showed me I had let something smooch over where it shouldn't be, right in here. So there's the back feet, still working on those.
Well, I could be a sibling to Dodo.
Okay, yeah. I hadn't trimmed these in a while either. So this is all before. Well, and that's an after. But see, and I've always had trouble with this bar, but now I'm wondering if I'm doing something where I'm just actually not trimming some of this correctly enough to get it, totally out of there. Well, totally so that this foot can change and grow the correct way. I just don't know. But here's the deal. What happens is this side of the frog will grow up into here. And then you think you're trimming the bar correct, but you're really trimming to the distortion. And I have a habit of doing that on this foot because this frog, that's another thing, mapping your frog so that it is not growing up into the collateral groove. Like maybe there's a time when we would want to leave it if we wanted to push a heel out, allow frog to accumulate in here to push a heel out, maybe. So, but I trimmed it over and see how thin the sole was under there. So I'll take pictures here in a few days and see if this helps that foot. And the foot was looking better till I didn't trim it for a while. Okay, so here is, which foot is this? Okay, this is the foot I trimmed and mapped and trimmed it and then took pictures. And again, right in here, I trimmed that out and you can see there is a more gray. So I knew there that I had bar that had smooshed up over this part that I had not been trimming out before. Because see, the white part of the bar, the lamina, can grow over the whole sole here. And you don't even know it. You just think it's sole, Okay, I think this is just a minute. Let me go to this so I can show you the end product I wound up with. Okay. Ta-dum, ta-dum. Okay. Let's see here. Sorry, I'm getting lost here. New share. So in the end, I decided to go ahead and take some more out of this area here. And as you can see, I think I let lamina lay over my sole here. Now, I'll show you some comparison pictures and you will see how my heels that were very curled in like that are now starting to come back and straighten out. And what happens is when these heels that were originally up here, when they are gradually coming back like this, and that heel that's been shoved up into the foot is gradually being pushed back down, you'll find that you'll come into hollowish areas here because you have new sole coming in that has not been opened up before because it was pushed up and covered up by these false heels that were up here. And so I decided to go ahead and clean some of this up. And I believe I had bar lamina that had also grown over that, but I also believe that my heel was just opening up because it's coming uncurled. They were way more curled in before. Also, I found that my frog had changed, that the sulcus had moved further back, because you got to realize that the sulcus is actually the cleft up between the bulbs and back. And so when all this gets pulled down and under, that sulcus right there that becomes the frog stay, it gets pulled forward in the foot, and all this gets pushed forward. And a lot of times the frog widens out. It widens out. And something I noticed is that my frog had gotten narrower, not in the sense of contracting, but that my frog had gotten narrower. And the way the frog was, it reminded me of when I was trimming Chester. Chester is the wild horse that is our basically TACT mascot, the adopted wild horse. So just a minute here. I gotta let's see. I gotta mute somebody. There we go. Okay, so I noticed he had a really different kind of frog. And so what I noticed on Valor was his frog was very much like Chester's. And it was narrow, and his bulbs back here, they don't have that cleavage that they have where they're pulled in like this. So anyway, so I went ahead and trimmed some more out of here, but look here, you see the lamina lines? See, it shouldn't have that going over the sole. You should not have lamina lines going over the sole. And so I'm thinking, Leah, you know where you said you saw those hoof capsules that had been cleaned up by the beetles?
Yes.
Okay, so remember how there was that film still
Yes.
on them clear up here?
Yes.
Okay, well, see, I think that that's what I got going here. Because also look at how yellowish it is. See? And see right there, I think I have a layer of that, because when you look at the sole, you should see little pock marks. You should not see these lines going like that. You see them?
Yes.
Okay, and see right here, that's definitely lamina. Because, okay, in your layers of the hoof wall, you have, well, the periopal layer, then you have the stratum externum, the stratum medium, the stratum internum, and the stratum lamellum. And all that is very white. And so these tubules, and they're all tubules, okay? And so you see how it looks there? That would be the stratum lamellum that we're seeing right there, these individual ones. But then once you get up into here, I think that's the stratum. It could be the stratum internum, the stratum lamellum. The inner part of the bar is grown over this whole part of his sole here. And I think it choked out the sole from growing. Yet, he's still growing real good soil up in here. And so something that happened, I mean, first of all, there was something I wanted to show you in here too. When I went to trim this foot and I found it looked like a solid frog, but then when I got into it, I found out that a lot of it was loose and it was basically trying to exfoliate. So I knew from that that the frog had moved. Let's see here. So we'll just go back the other way. There we go. Okay. So see, I told you I hadn't trimmed him for a while, and so his toe was red from the leverage on the toe. So what is that? What does that mean? That means that your toe got long, or your pillars, or wherever, and so it was creating leverage on the lamina up above. And then because it's so porous, that leverage, which is it's tearing the lamina, then it bleeds a little bit and then it leaches down into the bottom of the white line. So you can see where even the part of the frog stay here exfoliated all along the sides and everything. So, you know, I quit there because I didn't know if I wanted to take this chunk out right there. I thought that was too much, but you see how that had to be taken out if you want your soul to grow there. What's interesting is we're talking about how the inside can get very compressed and dense. And for a long time, this side of the foot was very compressed and dense. And now I'm seeing that this side of the foot is opening up and it is exposing sole corium from the heels that has not been uncovered before. So I've got hollowish heels in here because because these heels are uncurling. And if you look right here, you see I have these bulbs are no longer pulled in this way with periopal growing over them. See how full this is right here? And again, well, this is before I trimmed. See, I'm going backwards because I trimmed some of this out right here. The bar was up here. And
Linda, what's going on with the frog? You know, like you have like layers, like because I have the same issue with my horse. That suddenly, in the back part of the frog where the central sulcus should be, there's lots of layers. Is that thrush?
Well, what I noticed was, let's get to where it looked originally. See, this is why I'm going backwards. I should have started here. Let me go back because I noticed this and I took pictures of all of it. Okay, so see now, I didn't see that till I started cleaning this out. If I go back and get a picture, let me go back and get a picture that I can refer to where you don't even see this. Okay. Well, I don't need to go back there. But anyway, you see that the bar is up here. Okay. And you see, I saw this, once I cleaned this frog up, I just saw this little crack here and that there. And so, I wondered about it. And so I started exploring a little bit more. Now I had to uncover this. It had what looked to be a clean piece of frog over it. Okay. But see, there was a lot going on there that you couldn't see. A whole piece was loose right here, but yet it's growing from right here. There's still some living frog there. And then I moved that and looky under there, what I found. And so I just kept, as I saw the dirt line, removing frog. And that wound up exposing the central sulcus here. And what I think happened is my whole frog moved. Well, look at the bulbs back here, how full it is back here. And before they were wrapped clear up into here, you actually had cleavage in here. I'll get a picture and show that in a little bit. And so I think my whole frog moved. And so the older frog, parts of the older frog became disattached when the bulbs, you know, pulled out and the frog moved back. The back of the frog moved back. It disattached some of the frog that was already there and started growing new frog. And because the old frog was disattached, then the bacteria can get in between. See?
Could you have just a quick look at a picture that I sent you of my frog to see if it's the same thing? I just sent it to you, and it's really deep. And I think it's thrush, but I'm seeing this now and it's very similar.
Okay.
Linda, just a quick question in between.
Wow. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Could it be that it's periopal? The
You know what?
layers on layers and layers of periopal, because I saw that on Dodo too. And I thought it was one slice periopal, then another slice maybe of dirt and frog and all that chunk all together.
Yeah, it could be that too. It could be a
Okay.
combination. And
Yeah,
it could be where at the stage he's at, it could be frog, because he did grow real frog on that frog after I got a bunch of periopal removed. But I could have let some more periopal gravitate over it. You know,
that's
just,
what. Yeah. Same
just
on
like,
Dodo.
yeah, just like how I'm seeing I let bar lamina schmooze over my soul without realizing it. See, and so let's look here.
Thank you.
At Leah's. Okay, so you see there, yeah, that is the same kind of thing going on. You know? And so to clean, it would probably be good to clean some of this up for sure and be working on. But yeah, it's the same kind of deal. Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, and I'll tell you, I think your bulbs are looking good here. I think you did have some periopal growing in there and stuff. But I think your bulbs are expanding here. I mean, from what I'm seeing, let's look at some more pictures here.
No, that's the other hoof. I made a mistake, but the next picture is the if you go to the next one, that is there.
This one?
Yes, that's the same one as the one.
Okay.
And the previous one was the other hand.
Okay. Let me get a picture here, if it will.
He is a little bit sore on that one, so I don't know.
Well, I think that you need to find some stuff to stuff in that crack too. Some sort of.
I did put something in there. I'll have to see check next time to see what it's like, because he's far away. I don't see him every day. So
Okay. And you know what's good? Take a piece of cotton.
Yes.
And saturate it and shove it up in there.
Yeah. It doesn't smell bad though.
Well, primarily it's his bulbs. It's his bulbs that are kind of squeezed together here. But he would have, I don't know if it's thrush or if his bulbs are just squeezed together. See, like when I first looked at that one picture, it didn't look like it. But here, it definitely looks like his bulbs are squeezed together. See, I would clean this up. I would definitely stuff whatever medicine. What are you using?
Well, I was putting oregano essential oil in it.
Okay. You need something that's really going to kill any bacteria, any of that black stuff. See, which, you know, I was
thinking of copper sulfate.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. It's
Exactly.
that blue sand, you know, the copper stuff. Yeah, I have to find it. I had some. I have to find it to shove it in there. Yes.
Yeah.
But
Hey, I was thinking maybe take some clay and mix it with it and then shove it in there.
yeah, very
You
good
know,
idea. Yeah, I thought of that, of the clay too, but I was not sure if that would be a good idea to put
yeah,
clay in.
anything. I think well, try it, or just anything that is going to hold it instead of just, like whether it's cotton, you know. Back when I used to smoke, cigarette butts were great.
Well, I don't smoke,
I
so
know that sounds terrible. That's I know that sounds terrible, but one time,
I'll have to start smoking now, Linda.
well, yes, and stuff. Well, see, I was trimming this horse one time, and he had thrush like this really bad, and I had some copper sulfate. That Stockplex blue stuff I use. It's a liquid for milk cows, where you buy a gallon, and then you go away. You buy a gallon. I'm just gonna hang up on you. There we go. So here they would sell a gallon of this stuff. It was for milk cows, and it made 500 gallons. So I thought, well, if it makes 500 gallons, then putting it on straight ought to work really well, because I come from the old school. And so I would just spray it on straight. And so anyway, this horse had really bad thrush, and so he had a crack like this, and I thought, well, here, what can I don't have anything to stuff in there. Well, I was a smoker at the time, so I just took a cigarette butt and I just peeled the paper off of it, and then I stuffed it in there, and then I just saturated with that blue stuff. Well, I come back 9 weeks later, and he has absolutely no thrush at all. That crack was totally filled up with frog, and he still had, because this stuff has really, I think it's more than just copper sulfate. I think it has blue dye in it too, maybe, I don't know, but there was still a semblance of blue on the foot. And man, I was sold on that stuff after that, because when I started using that stuff, I never had thrush again, even when I was trimming the heels out. And of course, these horses were lucky because I only trimmed them about every 9 weeks, so I didn't do a lot of damage. Okay, so, but yeah, I would stuff something in there. And it looks
About the bluestone, the things that we use for the trash. You know what I do? I get the powder of it, and I just make warm a box of Vaseline, and then put the bluestone in the powder. So
Okay.
you can put it in cracks like this, and it doesn't go away. It stays there. It sticks there, and it prevents the water to take away the substance of the sulfur.
Yeah, that'd be good.
And I always keep, and you can use it everywhere on a horse. I mean, sometimes I use it for the summer itch. The Vaseline with the blue stuff in it.
That sounds like a good idea. Well, that's
and
similar.
It works very nicely.
Okay, great idea.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so all right, so yeah, I think this is pretty much the same thing.
Yeah, in the other one on the sole view, you can see it better.
Okay.
It has like layers inside. It's not just
Okay.
like, it's not just the thrush. You can see layers inside. So I don't know.
see here.
Thank you, Linda. I just wanted to make sure that it was the same thing or something else.
Okay,
Because
so
I was worried about it because
no, see, we're gonna see the same thing, same pattern. Difference being that I got more real heel, I think, than you do.
Yes.
You
Well,
know?
what about that? Look, you can see there's layers here too. There's no thrush here, but
Yeah,
you know,
no, it's, see, I think the cleft between your bulbs that's supposed to grow the frog stay is full of periopal skin,
mhm.
you know, and probably your bulbs here are, you know, curled in more than mine were, and stuff. But, you know, is this the one you're talking about where you see
Yeah,
more of the
yeah.
layers? Oh yeah, absolutely. It's the same thing going on. But I think you have more periopal than I do,
Probably.
you know? But you're doing a good job. I'm liking what I'm seeing here, you know. You might want to take your rasp and take this area here down a little on the sides a little more to form your toe into a little better shape. See, like this side is more squarish,
Yeah.
this side more
You
round.
mean on the outer wall?
No, I mean take it flat down
Ah,
right
flat.
here.
Oh, okay, okay.
See, you just would like take it down from about here to about here until it was shaped more like that.
Uh-huh. Okay.
See what I mean? So you learn. I think you're doing great because I see that you are rasping. I think we talked about that. Look, you got
Yeah.
some nice clean white line in there.
Yes.
Okay, even
The
over
bars
here
are
on the side.
bars are really difficult on this horse because it's huge bars and very, very difficult to trim. I trimmed them as best as I could. They were huge.
Oh yeah,
They were
I can
huge.
see that. And how big a horse is this?
He's very big. He's
Yeah, I mean, look at the size of that foot. Holy Hannah.
yeah,
You know, you can tell he's
very
big,
heavy too.
you know, but you're doing really good. You know, you're doing good. Yeah, you're
Well,
getting
thank
there,
you.
my
Thank you.
friend.
That's great. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. And so you can see a little bit of red there. That's
Mhm.
just from a little bit of leverage from the toes not being quite the right shape. See, I'd be interesting to see a front view of this to see if you may because it's easier to run the rasp this way over here than on this side sometimes. And so you may be leaving this a little high. So
Mhm.
it'd be interesting to see on your growth rings if they weren't raised up a little there. You know, see, that's something you could check.
I
But
don't
yeah,
have a front view. I have a side view. I don't have a front view, and I don't think you can really see the.
but yeah, just keep working on all this. I think all this is bar. See it? How it's just smoothed up over the sole
Yes,
here?
yes, yes. I tried to trim as much as I could. I couldn't do anymore. It wasn't
Yeah.
possible.
Well, you know, Rome wasn't built in a day, right? Okay.
And that black area at the top of the tip of the apex, that black area, yes, that I trimmed it out too, but it was like black. Is
Yeah.
the
So you see this ledge here? See that there's a ledge. You see it?
yes.
Okay, you want to round that off just a little bit so it's not just a square and then a drop off.
Uh-huh.
Okay. What'll happen is when you're rasping these feet down and you get the sole ridge, see that's sole ridge.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, you could probably take it down a little more, all the way around maybe. But also when you do start taking these down, you're going to start wanting to look at uniform sole ridge in here. See, that will tell you a lot. Shape your toe and finding uniform sole ridge in here. And when you do take it down, you will often have a ledge and then a sharp drop off. Well, you just want to take your knife and just lightly take off that sharp edge so that you're forming it more to the true shape of the foot, which is, you know, rounded, right? You know, it goes like so instead of like that. And then again, work on you can clean all this stuff up in here. See,
Yeah,
you can get
I did.
right
If you
down
can
in
see there's
there.
knife marks. I did trim it out, but
Oh,
that's my,
no, you're doing good, but I just want you to know you can
yes.
trim off the sides of your frog. You can do all kinds of stuff. But yeah, you're doing good.
Thank you very much.
Okay,
Linda.
let's see where I'm at now. Clear all my drawings. Okay. And close that out. There we go. Okay, so let's go back to my foot here. Wherever it's at. I think I lost it.
Can I just give another tip?
Sure.
I use for that gaps in the frog oftentimes apple vinegar
Okay.
because it's against fungus
Okay.
and it keeps the frog, yeah, smooth and the frog.
Okay.
It's not a real frog, we know that, but yeah, it keeps it clean from fungus and it's also
Okay.
against. But if it's real thrush, you have to use more than apple vinegar.
Like Clorox. Clorox,
No.
Isn't Clorox good for everything?
Yeah.
We drink it over here,
Okay.
Clorox they actually use for white line.
Yeah.
Yeah, they soak feet in solution.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So,
I can
and
imagine.
the apple vinegar is great. I mean, when you wash the feet, you just always make it a habit. And actually, it's very healthy also
Yeah.
to add to the water.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll use a little bit of Clorox in my water, my bucket. Like I have a bucket, I have antibacterial soap and a little, cap full or two of Clorox. And I think it helps you. It keeps you from getting scratches and stuff too. You know, washing these horses' feet is an interesting experience. I mean, you really are serving that horse. You know what I mean? You're just to clean up his legs, clean up his pasterns, make his feet clean. I just think it's a labor of love. I just really do what we're doing for these horses. So, like Jesus foot washing the disciples' feet,
Linda, I just wanted to ask you. I sent you a picture of a trim made by some guy here in Hungary.
Okay.
And I don't agree with that. It's I just want, if you look at it, I want us to ponder or discuss what actually it will do to the hoof and that state. That's what I'm curious.
Okay, you sent me a picture?
Yeah.
Huh. Why am I not seeing
Elena? Yeah.
I know.
I'm
know.
not there.
I just don't see it here. Why am I not seeing it? Are you sure it's got sent yet?
Yeah. Yeah.
It hasn't come through yet.
Oh, it hasn't arrived. Maybe my phone just died. Okay. Then next time.
Did your phone just die?
Yeah. But I'm on the computer, but Facebook is not working on the computer. So
Okay.
Anyway, next time.
I want to look here at this picture Leah just sent. Okay, so this is telling me also that you could probably take down a tiny bit of toe there, just so you know.
Yeah, you can see the growth. What you were saying about the growth themes.
Yeah.
They are a bit shoved up a bit.
And stuff, but these feet are actually looking very, I think they look good. I bet though he's even got bigger cartilages than what we're seeing here. I mean, because see, something I'm seeing is sometimes these horses have humongous cartilages. Like we're so used to seeing such a bound foot that we could look at this and say, oh, that's good. But in reality, I'll bet his cartilage extends clear back into here.
His hoof was half this size, huh? Half this size it was before.
Uh-oh, somebody's not muted and I didn't hear what you said.
That his hoof was half the size before I started TACT.
Oh, see?
It was such a small capsule and it's grown so much.
Wow, that's awesome.
Mm.
Well, I can't wait to see what his feet really truly develop into. Now, did you say he was a warm blood?
Yes, German.
Because you know, I just know they just have to have humongous cartilages, probably very steep hoof walls. By the time all is said and done, I'm gonna let's see where I'm at here. I'm going to make a prediction that his foot is gonna be probably like this and like that. More like that. I mean, but more down like here too, with more soul. Something more like this. Just a humongous, the back of his foot just huge back here. That ain't quite right. I mean, maybe more like that. Something like that. I am thinking. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah.
How high is he?
He's 170 meters. That was, I think, 16.4 hands.
Yeah, it's like Angelo. So yeah, humongous.
Yes.
Cartilage.
He's a German warm blood, a Westphalian.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Angelo is also German warm blood. Yeah.
Okay.
He has humongous cartilages.
Okay, I'm gonna go back to where I was here. Okay, so I started trimming. I got to this. I want to draw up a picture of the before. Just a second here. So we can compare. Worst foot. Gosh, is that even the right foot? I think that's the wrong foot. Just kind of. Why can't I find it? Why didn't I? Oh. Well, something's up. I can't seem to find that picture. So we're just gonna go back to this one. So let's see. Let's see. Okay, I just had a brain aneurysm. I can't think. Hold on. I'm not drinking enough water. I can't think straight. Okay. Let's see here. New share. We're just going to go ahead and do this because I can't find what I was looking for. And okay. Okay, so we're on that foot there again. Okay, so you see where I took the bars down to from here to here. And I also trimmed the frogs way over. And this bar was, you know, up here pretty good, like so. Because I noticed that I had let this frog grow up into here on this foot. So, uh, so I initially, I am always second guessing myself a lot of times in things I do on the feet, like should I take this, should I take that? I just don't have all the answers to what to do with foot and hand every single time, and sometimes I'll take a look at the pictures and then I'll decide to go and do other things. So let's see. So I was just looking at this and wondering what's going on, and you're gonna find yourself doing this all the time. Let me go back here. Okay. So I discovered that stuff in the frog, and I took the frog down to this. When all was said and done, it was trimmed down to that. That was all clean, good frog. Now I'm thinking that white might be a little bit of periopal, and you would see from that how easily just a little periopal can start smooshing over everything, right? Maybe that's what happened. Maybe the periopal can just smoosh in under layers. Who knows? We don't know all the answers yet. So I wound up with a frog like this, but I'm really liking the way my heels are looking in that, they were way more curved in at one point, especially over here. I'm liking the fact that this is not all compressed and narrow anymore. It's really starting to open up. And so anyway, so this is what I wound up with. And I went ahead and took off some more of that bar, but I'm going to go out here in a day or two and I'm going to look at this area here. I didn't want to overly thin this out because look, he's got real thin sole. Under that bar that was there was this real thin sole, because what happens is your foot is opening up. Obviously I wouldn't getting the bar quite over enough, or maybe I was, but then the foot just opened up, and then when I trimmed the bar down, it exposed that part that had been opened up, So anyway, so that's where I'm at on these feet. I believe that someday, I think if I would have had some of the answers I had now, I'd be further along. But you know what? Here's the deal. I trimmed the feet out of this horse from 2005 to 2015. All right. So 10 years I worked on trimming the feet out of this horse to try and make his foot look like the natural foot they wanted all our horses to be. So nobody has ever done this before, because you can't do something you don't know needs to be done, right? And so nobody knew that these feet were bound or that this situation was even happening. So if it takes us some time to get it figured out, so what, right? We're learning with each trim, with each thing, we learn more and more and more, and combine the things we're learning. We're seeing patterns that are similarities in all of us, because guess what? They're all the same kind of horse. They all have the same anatomy. There are patterns to what we're looking at and for here. And so anyway, that's about all I have right now. And as you can see, that fits right in with what we were saying about the bars being bent up into the foot. There's been times when I'd be working on Valor or on the pony, I would find a piece of frog embedded so far up into the foot, it must have been there for years. Because as you're trimming the heels out of these horses, as all this is being pulled down, as the whole foot is being bent in, well, the frog that was there is being bent up into the foot too. So it stands, and then of course this bar is being bent over it. So it stands to reason that you could find a piece of frog up in that foot that was from 5-10 years ago. And now I know how to recognize. I'm starting to really learn how to see it on x-rays and how to see how some of this distortion in the back of the foot, how to recognize it on x-rays. And I think I've showed you before that one foot, what would it be? Where you can see an old piece of frog way, way, way up in the foot. That's just then been, it's got periopal grown over it like that. And here's the thing, all this stuff, you know what it's aimed up into? It's aimed up into the navicular bone. See? So anyway, that's all I have. If somebody else has something they want to do or talk about or anything like that, I just open up the floor.
Linda,
Yeah,
can I have a question?
sure.
So when you find that crack in the frog and then when you trim, so what if it start bleeding?
Well, then you got too close and stuff,
Yeah,
so
but
you just stop right there.
yeah, but the crack, it went all the way in. So I was trying to peel to see inside a little bit more, but
Mhm.
then when I just peel tiny bit of the peel off and then start bleeding, and inside was even deeper.
Huh.
So what should I treat? Like, should I use the blue stuff to stuck into?
Well, where was the crack exactly? Right in here?
Yeah. In the middle, but a little bit to the right, just tiny bit to the right.
Okay.
Yes, around that area.
Okay. Well, here, let's look at an inner foot so you can kind of figure out what's going on there. Okay, hold on here. Let's see. Maybe I already had one here. To do. Okay. New share. Okay, so, okay, you see this area here?
Yes.
Right in there. Okay, so that's where you're trimming into there. You see that?
Yeah.
And of course, it goes clear up into here. So you could have nicked the side of it here.
Mm.
You see what I'm saying? And so that's what's bleeding, is you just got close to the corium here. You know what I found is that, have you ever scraped your skin and you just had a droplet of blood leach out?
Mm.
Okay, but if you would have cut it deeper, it would bleed more. Right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's the same on this foot. You could still be in frog, which is called sensitive frog, but it will bleed.
Because it was cover a layer, and when I peel that layer off first, then I see the crack, and when I dig into the crack, then stop bleed, and when I trying to clean a little bit more, I found it's even deeper, and it have a lot of like just if I dig more, it bleeds more and more. So I just stopped there, and I was wondering, oh my god, what's going on? It's like is something going there? It's like it breaks, or it's like I don't know.
Yeah.
I was very confused.
Yeah, it's just, that frog is in layers, and the closer you get to the skin, or to the, like this would be the skin, the frog corium, and that would definitely bleed.
But is it possible that also cracked into that?
Yes,
Like
yes.
that deep?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely, because it gets so unhealthy, and the different layers being exposed and stuff like that. And there's even like there's a video on YouTube it's called Desert Thrush. Okay, and it was Overland, who is a guy, I think he was from Sweden. Okay. He went to Nevada, and he's seen all these wild horses limping around. And so he literally walks up to a wild horse and picks up its foot and takes a picture. I mean, it was, well, it shows you how gentle they are, used to people taking pictures and stuff. And the horse just let him pick his foot up, but it scared the horse when the camera clicked,
Oh.
And so when you looked at their frogs, they were just cracked and dry and stuff like that. And the reason they're limpid, it's like, you know, if you get cracked, dry skin, how it can crack up into the flesh and become a sore.
Yeah.
You know, like if you get, like sometimes with me, I get real hard, dry skin around the very tip
Yeah.
of my fingernails, and it can crack into the flesh. Well, it did that on those. That's what was going on with those horses' frogs. They were so dry that it was just cracking up into here where it's sensitive. And so you're dealing with a frog that's super unhealthy, a lot of thrush probably, you know, well, here's the thing, thrush, these frogs get unhealthy from trimming the heels out because they don't have any room to grow a big thick frog for protection. And then the back of this foot is all deformed and pulling on that as well. The foot is being pushed and it's making the frog come loose and pulling away. You know, it can bleed from that too. Just the frog being pulled away from the corium because of the distortion of the foot and things like that. So all that's happening is you're just, you know, cleaning up something that's already damaged and very close to the surface of the corium here.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, yeah, you'd be fine. Do you have any pictures
Um.
of that particular horse?
Yeah, I do. But I don't have the one I was cleaning. It was
Okay.
it was before I cleaned it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Linda,
Yeah.
Thank you.
if everybody
dear.
have finished, I've
Okay.
sent you 2 photos
Okay.
because we always talk about how our hoofs become better with tact.
Yeah.
These photos are the contrary. How when somebody starts with tact and then he goes to barefoot trimming.
Okay.
It's spectacular.
Okay.
If you want and we have time, just we can have a look.
Okay. So here's the first. Let's see. New share. Okay. This one here.
This is the barefoot trim.
Okay. Let's see. Gotta find my thing here.
The owner did for a couple of months.
Well, look at how
Tact.
the heels are contracting.
Yes, but look, the other one.
Yeah. See how good that foot looks there?
This was after a couple of tact trim. And the owner decided to go barefoot trimming.
Oops. Yeah, that looks horrible. So he was taking the heels down. Look at the separation in the white line. Look at how, look, everything we were just talking about. When I first started this chat today about how the foot can distort in different ways. Look, it looks like he was making heel, pulling the heels under himself. Right there, that thinned down the frog. The frog is being stripped out of the foot by the whole foot being pulled down and under. Look at the curve in the bars. Wow, this is great.
But the owner is very happy about this hoof.
Yeah, well, he won't be. See? He won't be. Look at, I mean, just the frog and everything is better. Oops, I keep going the wrong way. Let's put that down there. Yeah,
so
that
let's have yeah.
That's ridiculous. Just
Yeah.
send him pictures of his own feet.
Yes.
That's like crazy.
Same hoof after a couple of years of barefoot trim.
See, that's something, isn't it? Well, Pola. that ain't working out too good for you, even if you don't realize it. But see how people are. You know,
Yeah.
he must have found him somebody, probably some man. He's probably listening to some man. You know, it's a
I don't know.
machismo thing. It's probably a machismo thing. Well, this man knows more than that woman. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome. Thanks for sharing that. Well, I mean, it's an awesome example. It's not awesome he did that. That was foolish. You know.
It's a negative example of what somebody can do to a horse.
We need that. We could always do it the opposite way. We could say, this is what he started with, and now look.
Yeah. Okay, if we finish.
It's a reverse testimony.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
And this one was after a couple of trims.
Yeah. Yeah, look, yeah, it was looking good. It was getting there.
Oh.
Okay. Well, anybody else have anything?
Linda?
Yeah.
I don't know if you have done my post because I joined a little bit late.
Okay.
Would you mind to look at my post?
Sure. Where do I go?
Just scroll down on the page.
Okay. Let me change the, let's see, new share. Get over here. Okay.
Yeah, all the way down.
All the way down. Okay.
Yes. My name is Ting Ting. So
okay. Now where are you living?
I live in Norway.
Okay.
It's a very cold place.
Yes.
Yeah,
Norway.
today was minus 8 degrees here.
Is that where there was this Netflix series that was about Norway?
Oh.
Gosh, I have to remember what it was. It was really, 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 really good.
Was it Vikings?
What?
Yeah, Viking maybe.
No, it wasn't Vikings. I think it was Norway. It was modern day, about a guy that was in the mafia in New York, and he had to turn state's evidence, or something happened to where he had to join the witness protection program, and he winds up in Norway.
Oh my God. And sounds interesting.
Oh, it was so funny. I mean, I loved it. It was one of my favorite. It came out quite a few years ago. I'll have to see if I can find it and share it with you. Yeah, it was hilarious. I loved it.
Please share.
I will. Okay, we're still going
a little bit here. More down. A
okay.
little bit more down. It was the 6th day ago, so a little bit more down. Yeah, this one.
This one?
Yes.
Okay.
Have you done this one?
Okay.
Because I was a little bit late.
No, you're fine. Look, it's early. It's only 2:17. We got we have 3 hours to go, people.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So this is a before trim. I start trimming at the September. So before he was very bad at his left front on this one. He's always lame, but the mystery lame. I don't even know why. And the vet years ago took the X-ray, and it was just the palmar angle was negative. That's it. So they added the wedge pad, but he didn't get better. So this May, I decide I want to take the shoes off to try the boots, and then he become better. But then he went lame again, and then he become better again. So I just don't know what's going on with his foot. So I start trimming at September, and now he's better, but still sometimes he just very sensitive on this rocky, lumpy, frozen ground.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay. So you know how we're looking for the cartilages to be expanded, like what we see here, right?
Yeah.
Okay, but what you find on these feet is you could have your cartilage expand like this, but the center of the foot here could still be pulled down and bound under the foot.
Mm.
Okay. And so that's kind of what I'm seeing here is that this is pulled down, like this looks stretched and under pressure right here.
Yeah.
And so his like, so, and sometimes it'll look real hollow in here too if it's pulled down enough.
Mm.
See, this frog, let me take an image of it and turn it around here. Open, and then new share.
Whoop, Angelica is not unmuted.
Huh?
Angelica.
Sorry.
What are you cooking? What are you cooking?
I just put something to eat because it's almost 11 o'clock here.
Aha.
So I had something to munch.
Okay. Okay, so okay. Oh, did she? Okay, she got herself muted. All right, so what I'm seeing here is some things you can do is first of all, you need to find the true apex of the frog, which is always going to be rounded. Okay. Now, what kind of horse is this?
I actually don't know. It's a
okay.
Mixed breed and from Finland.
Okay.
And I bought him. I got like scammed. So he was very sick when he came to Norway. He was like, yeah, like, you know, like very skinny and with very bad feet, and everything was so bad because the previous or the seller kind of tricked me. So but I try my best to keep him alive.
Okay, well, hopefully we can help him out here.
Yeah, so this one is the before trim. I had the photo after I trim, so you can look at that after.
Okay. Okay, let me get a copy of this. Hold on. Let's see here. Oh.
And before he had the 6-week trim, and that was way too long for him. So now it's every 4 weeks because his toe is always get too long and have a lot of blood on the white line area.
Okay.
So yeah, so now 4 weeks is fine.
Okay.
It doesn't show the blood anymore.
Let's see, I'm going to take a picture of this. Hold on here. I can remember what I'm doing. Okay, I got that for later for comparison. Now, go back to.
Yeah, if you go back to Facebook.
Yeah.
And I put the trim picture in the comment.
Okay. Let's see here. Oh, okay. Yeah, use those red markers and everybody will accuse you of thinking it's blood. That's why I never use a red marker, because sure enough, some farrier, some barefoot, hateful barefoot trimmer is gonna
yeah.
Go, see there? See?
I just couldn't find. You have to new share, Linda.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. Okay.
Someone stole my black Sharpie, so I have to use the red one.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, there we go. Now I'm going to take a copy of this, and so I can put it in here and flip it around upside down. Let's see here. Save image. There we go. This and put it clear over there. Go. And new share. Okay. Okay, see, you got the same thing going on as I do. got that wide side.
Yes.
You know
Yes.
what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And so let me, okay, now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take, let's see here. I wonder if you can full share whole screen. Show all windows. Used to be able to, PowerPoint, computer, audio, video, used to be able to share the whole screen, but for some reason they quit letting you do that. Holy man. So, okay, so I can't do that. Probably somebody got in trouble doing that or something. Let's see. Wait a second. Okay. Well, here, let's look at this real first here. What I have to do is I have to open up both pictures and then take a picture of them is what I'm doing. So that we can compare them. Okay, so got that picture over there. Now get the other one. Where are you? Oh, there you are. Reduce you, bring you over here. I'm just giving a narration of what I'm doing here. Okay. Oops, what was that? What did I do? Okay, now I'm going to take a picture. Wait a second. Okay, I'm finally got it here. Just a second. All righty, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, we got both pictures. So we can compare and see what's going on. So like me, you have the same thing going on here. And like me, you are trimming to the distortion of this side of the foot. Okay, because if you were to come in here and let me do some annotation here so we can. Okay, now you did pretty good. You took off the tip of that. See there? And stuff. You could probably even see that the tip of that frog looks like it's pretty much dead petrified frog to me, that you could probably even come back to about here.
Okay. Yeah, because
Okay.
I found that that's quite connected, and he has a very thin sole, so I was a little bit afraid to dig a little bit more.
Yeah, that's okay. Better safe than sorry.
Yeah,
You know,
and he's
I mean?
very, very sensitive. So
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, and one thing that'll happen is that also because the frog lays over here, it'll push the horn tubules forward, so they're not growing in as good as they should. So that'll
Okay.
make them sensitive too. Okay, so let us look here. I'm going to map this foot just to get a general idea of what's going on here. Let's see if I got this right. Oh, that's not thick enough. Just a minute. Clear all drawing. There. Okay, and there. All right, so it's going to come down here. Now we want to map our frogs. So over to the side here, I bet his true apex right about there. I'm just going to come to the inside of the heel here. Okay, right there. And then I'm going to come straight over here and come to the end. Well, see, we know this heel is pulled over this way, right? So we need to map our frog here. Just a minute here. So let's do that first. Let's do it in a different color. What is going on? How come you're not working? There we go. We're going to do it in green because it's a frog. Okay, so usually this part of the frog will tell you the true width of the frog. See if I follow this line down there? Wait a minute. I want a brighter color. Just a second. Let me undo that. This stupid thing. Just a second. There we go. Okay, so see the shape of your frog right here? That rarely gets distorted very much, okay? But the back does. So we'll go right here. We're going to follow this part down right here. For some reason, this keeps weirding out on me. Just a second here. Okay. So this would be about the true width of your frog. Okay. So, you know, and I mean, if I get nervous, I can make it over a little bit more like that. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, and stuff. But generally, like what I found out, like on Chester's frog, he had a narrower frog than what you would think. So we know that this in this foot, these heels in reality, once all this cartilage and everything unfolds and everything, that this frog is going to be somewhat narrower and that these heels will grow in and be further back here. And
okay.
in barefoot, what they do is they think they can just trim them down to here and that solves the problem, you know, but you can't do that. We're growing the same kind of heel like what you see here, only it literally will be back here.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me just undo this a little bit here first. I'm just going to keep it right there. So you can clean up the sides of this frog in here. And then what you do is like, see, notice how this frog here is wider.
Yeah. Every time I have to clean that side all the time and it grows back right away.
Yeah, on my horse too and stuff. But see, then what I do is I forget or I don't take it over as much as it should. And then the bar is higher than it should be.
Yeah, because it keep pushing out, right?
Yeah. And so so then if I was to map the bars according to where the frog should be, let's see, then we go from here, okay, about to there. See, now if I was there, you see, this would be where your bar should about in here. See, trying to figure out where the bar should be. Now, see, I'm not going to I'm not going to go clear up to the end of the heel here because see what that would do.
Yeah, that would be wider, right? Because that's my problem. I always find that side is very hard to map. But but then the first question is, which side is the correct one? Because I feel like the inside, the left side, is more complex. So I'm always confused. Okay, should I follow outside or should I follow inside?
I don't think do either. I think you make up the bar. You don't follow either side. You take it down to where. See, one thing I'm just looking here. Just a minute. Let me kind of experiment around here or something and see something. Because see, the bar should end about midpoint of the frog right here. So where you see this one ending right at the frog, and I'm not sure that, quit that. Okay, why comes this? Anyway, they should end right in here. Oops.
Okay.
Let me get rid of that one. Right around in here somewhere. And of course, you're going to have a bunch of bar laid over the sole, and you might remove some of this bar here. Now, see, it's so deceptive because of the way this frog is pulled over this way.
Yeah,
See?
yeah. And when I clean that side, the right side, it's always having this white, like a chalky kind of texture.
Yeah.
Yes, but I don't know how much I can take because he is so sensitive, and I know he is so thin sole, and I'm like, should I take more or not?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know.
I'm
And see, I go
worried.
through the same dilemmas as well, just so you know.
Yeah.
You know, and so let me get a drawing here. Take some, let him stabilize a little bit, and take some more. Like I showed you what I took on Valor, but I wanted to take more. I was thinking, man, I need to take that chunk of junk out of there. But I had already uncovered some pink to where you can see through the sin sole. In
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah. Mm.
so let's see here. Let me get okay, where the heck? Okay, let me get a drawing pencil here. Huh, I've lost my pens. Oh, there we go. Okay, so you see how this is right here? You guys, okay, you have to get through that.
Yeah.
Down in
That I that also every time I clean, it just grow back.
Yeah. Well, I think it's because things are moving. Like here you
Yeah.
can see it. Like you can really see how this curves around like that.
Yeah.
Okay? So this is really showing us just how curved his feet are. So it's no wonder that he's sore, because his true heel should be, well, clear back here.
Yeah. Okay.
See? So if you think, look at this. That's where his heel is right here.
Okay. Yeah.
See, it's pulled in clear up into here. This is like wrapped around like this.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Because before he has a his hoof changed a lot during this 3 months. Before it was really, really bad. It was like worst ever.
yeah.
Because before I didn't see it, I just thought I didn't really pay attention on the hoof. But when I start learning, I can see, and I wasn't able to unsee it. So I fired my farrier.
Yeah, I wasn't able to unsee it. Once you see, you are unable to unsee it. Then you see bad feet everywhere.
I tried to find the farrier which can see what I see, but I couldn't find it in here in this location. So I'm like, okay, my God, I have to do it myself. So then I start like really digging into it.
Yeah, well, welcome to the club.
Yeah, but I just don't know how. I mean, he's already changed a lot. I know we are in the good progress.
Yes.
But just the small details like this, how much to take, and that's always worry me.
Yeah, me too. Okay. It's been the same thing for all of us. Like now, like, okay, I've dealt with these overgrown bars before, but then they overgrow again, and then I'm back at square one going, should I take that or not? There's nothing wrong with that. Okay.
Thinking, sorry, do you see the separation on your right side?
Yes.
On the wall?
Yes. Yeah, there has a tiny bit separation.
That means, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That means that there is something that pushes this side out.
Yeah, if you can
Because
see the front image, then you will see that's a little bit fair up, like our.
Yes.
before I start trimming it, there so first time I measure the outside wall is actually have 2 centimeter longer than the inside wall. Can you imagine that?
Wow.
I was so surprised. I was like, how did the farrier do
Exactly.
That be? That's something. Wow.
Yeah. So it was
So you do
totally
one,
power. Yeah.
you do one step at the time. First, you try to measure the same on the left side and the right side.
Yeah.
Slowly, you come to see that everything will come into place.
Mm. Mm.
And if for this separation is what we were talking at the beginning of the Zoom, wherever one bar pushes the wall out, there is this kind of separation.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
you
I had it too.
confine and you find the border of the right bar.
Yeah, and before he was so bad, so he had the white line disease for several months. It was so bad.
Yes,
But
they
now
all,
it's looking better already.
they all do
Yeah.
Yeah.
when we start with them.
Mm.
Because your hoof is not a very bad one now. It just needs to make borders exactly where they belong.
Mm. Mm.
Like
Put
coming
in
in
place.
here, trying to get a little more out of this here,
Yeah.
you know. And
Yes.
then, because see, once you take this out, then you'll see that this bar is way bigger than what you thought.
Yeah.
See, because this
Yeah.
this hides it right there, and so that's laying over. Like one time, I had been trimming on this back foot, and it always had this wonky frog that was way over here. But I would just trim the bar like right here, you know.
Mm.
And one day I decided to just take this out, and clear down here, the bar was completely broken off. See? So then I just had to take the whole bar down, clear to the break. And so then he had no bar on that side. And it not to blood or anything. You don't take blood. But it stayed like that. And I kept wanting it to grow back, you know, and then like 1 week magically, about 2 months later, it appears out of nowhere, like, you know, and I was so glad it grew back, you know.
Mm. Okay. Yeah.
But yeah, so this in and of itself can make him sore. I mean, when you
Yeah.
think about it, you know, his
And,
foot is being forced over this way, and he's got heel laying over his sole.
and Linda, a couple months ago, or maybe 2 months ago, I posted his video. You say he has this flopping movement. So he flipped his toe up and then landed the heel. Is that also related with this? You think?
I would say so.
Yeah, because that's just always have a weird. He land on the heel first, but he just flopping so much, like this motion doesn't seems natural for me. And he land on the outside. No, sorry, he land on the inside and the flip outward.
Well, he's probably, you know, they have to compensate for bad shoes. It's just like if we have some pain somewhere, and so we try and compensate to land or to move so that it's causing us less pain. And so that's probably what he's doing.
Okay. Yeah, and I think this has been long time because his knee is also rotated a little bit. It's not straight anymore.
Yeah, so it could be affecting all of that.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
So do you think if I take that piece out, would that would he collapse? Would the hoof collapse? That's what I was reading.
I don't think so.
Okay,
I don't think so.
Okay.
You just take that knife and you're just skimming along the top, and you're just kind of peeling that off of there.
Yeah.
You know, and following it down. And stuff. I would start with the frog right here.
The frog. Yeah.
work on that. Now, a lot of times, you know, you got to realize this anatomy is stretched over that way. And so it can be, your corium is stretched over that way too. And
Yeah,
so,
and his central circus is also way too forward, don't you think?
yeah.
Yeah, because I trying to find it, but it's actually in the like very close to his heel. That's
Yeah.
that there. But it's
Yeah.
supposed to be a little bit back, right?
Yeah. And so,
Yeah.
well, see his whole, he's the kind, his heels went wide,
Yeah.
which is better than if they were contracted.
Oh.
Okay. His heels went wide. My horses pretty much did too. Okay. Some heels, they curl around and contract and come in like this. But
Yeah.
his heels went out this way. Like, well, you got here late, so you didn't hear the first part of what I was talking about how these horses' feet distort, how as the heels are trimmed out, this starts to curl in, and some of them will go wide, but then some of them will go narrow and have contracted heels.
Yeah.
But either way, the heels are moving forward this way.
Yeah.
On the foot, making the capsule smaller.
Mm-hmm.
See, and so all this, you can see how nice and wide he is here. Okay, so he is pulled both ways forward. Okay?
Forward, yeah.
Yeah. And so gradually, as you create some new boundaries here, he'll grow in some more heel, but we're going to definitely have to get this bar, because see, this bar is smooshed clear up into here.
Yeah, and that I have to clean every time. I been cleaned so many times, like 3 trim now, and always goes back very fast.
Yeah, see, and it could be too what we were talking about, that these bars get bent up into the foot.
Yeah.
And then the bar is bent way up into the foot, but it's grown clear up into here. And so the bar is letting down. It's letting down. Did you see that? Let me go back to this just a minute here. Let me clear this. Clear all drawing and close that and show you this deal here, because you weren't here when I was looking at this foot. So just a minute here. And okay, do you see my capsule here with the ball in it?
Yeah.
Okay, so this capsule, okay, so you see this bar there? Okay,
Yeah.
well, first look at this one. You see how it's full of sole? Okay,
Yeah.
you see the bar there, how the bar is grown up. There's the bar. Looks like it's right up to the level of the sole there, right?
Yeah. Right.
Okay, but this is what's really going on with the bar. That bar, okay, this bar that's supposed to be connected. Okay, you see this part of the bar there?
Yeah.
And you see this? This bar is supposed to be connected to there. All right. But when the back of the foot was pulled down from over trimming the heels, okay, what it did was it bent it took and it bent it up into the foot like that. See?
Holy shit.
Bent it up. Yeah. No.
Oh my god.
No kidding. It bent it up. Now look here. Look what's sticking up into the bottom of that horse's foot. Like that.
Okay. So maybe that's why. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I got it. Okay.
Yeah. So that could be why he's so tender on hard roads.
Yeah, and it feels like he has some heel pain, but I just couldn't find why, because now his frog is healthy. But I still don't understand why he sometimes just feels like he's weird. I don't know, like a Knocklever syndrome kind of, walk, the way of walking a little bit choppy.
Yeah. Well, look here. Look and compare at these bars, how high they are in the bottom of the foot. See the difference?
Yeah.
That'd be like a horrible ingrown toenail.
Yeah, and always pinching.
Yeah. Now look at the bottom. This is the bottom of the foot. This is the same horse. Okay. Now this. Okay. this coronary band was pulled down and his heels were shoved up.
Mm.
Right? But if I can find, let me get a foot so I can show you. This is where that bar would be sticking up into his foot. Right here.
Okay.
Pressing up. Now, see that? That's the bottom of the foot. That's where the bar lays.
Yeah.
So the bar came loose and was jamming up into his foot like that. So let me see if I can find another. Get my bag of bones here. That you can see better than that shiny peach. Okay, well, here's a foot. Okay, you see what the bottom of the foot looks like there?
Yes.
Right here. This is along the collateral groove. Your bar is right here. Right there. See the bar?
Yeah. Yep.
Let's see, where am I? There's where the bar be. Okay, so that bar came loose from where it was attached right here. Right here. And it was pushed up into the foot like that. Pushing up onto the foot. See? Those were sticking up into the bottom of its foot. Well, that won't fit in there. I got a half a foot fit in there. A minute here. Oh, here's a better foot. Okay. There's the inside of the foot. Okay, so this area right here. Along there. Okay, this is like the bar, but instead of being laying here to support the foot, instead it's been bent and jamming up into his foot right there. That is what that is doing right there.
Yeah, then I that remind me before I took the his shoes off, he has this very curved bar.
Okay.
But
that
now
makes sense then.
It's a little bit longer, but before was very contract, like curve, short, but like, yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but that just doesn't look right.
Yeah.
But I think the shoes covers a lot of his root problem.
Yeah.
So when I take the shoes off, everything kind of shows me. So feel like he's more worse than before, but actually not, because I can see it.
Yeah.
But other people doesn't understand. They think it's very bad. Like I'm doing some witch stuff and ruin my own horse.
Oh God.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. So
that's funny.
Yeah. Yeah,
well,
but
inventive people have always been accused of witchcraft. So there you go. It's witchcraft.
Yeah.
It's magic. Okay. Well, I really think this is very good possibility with him. That he does have bars sticking up into the bottom of his foot, jabbing the bottom of his foot out.
So if I cling that bar slowly, not too aggressively, but slowly cling it, and would that release that part and make his heel goes back a little bit more?
Yeah. Yes, it absolutely will. And here's the thing too, I was going to get at on this whole deal here. Let's see, wait a minute. Screen share. Oh, okay. Are we still looking at this foot here?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what we realized today, talking about all this, was that and somebody else made me realize that, and I can't remember. I want to give credit where credit's due. Who was talking about that? About the bar releasing. It was Leah. Wasn't it Leah? She's still here?
No, she went.
Okay.
She left.
As we were talking about this,
yeah,
she mentioned seeing another foot capsule that was just like this, and she thought about how these bars seem to grow back fast, that it's not bar growing back. It's that when you trim it down, then the weight of the horse is pushing it back down like this, and it looks like it grew.
Oh. Huh.
See what I mean? Like, look at
Yeah.
how this bar is here. Okay.
Mm.
So say I trim it way down, and this bar that's stuck right here, it just goes like that.
Yeah.
Because it's
Yeah.
able to, and I come out and I go, wow, it grew. Look at that. What's going on? Must need it. Better not trim it anymore. See, because that's what they do. You see, look at the bottom of this foot, how smooth it is. Okay. And so then you get lumps and bumps, and I say there's not supposed to be big lumps and bumps here, but they'll come in and they'll trim off a lump and bump, and then it'll reappear, and they'll say, oh, he must need it, let's just leave it there. But see, I don't agree with that, because the foot does not have lumps and bumps like that. Like,
yeah.
like old sole, chunks of sole. Even this horse, he trimmed himself. He don't have lumps and bumps. You know, where you'll see big pieces of sole stuck there. It's just sole that hasn't exfoliated. And I've got pictures of one dissection that somebody did where the foot had huge lumps and chunks of sole right in here. And when you looked at the sole corium, it was very damaged because it turns into pressure points.
Oh, okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
That's why you don't want lumps and bumps. And
Yeah.
a lot of times it takes some time to get that out and to get real good, true sole growing again. So, because it all merges all over each other.
Yeah, that's what I found in his hoof as well, because that bar, I trimmed it every time, and sometimes when I pick up the food, it's like, what? I just trimmed it.
Well, you know
Yeah.
what? That
just come back right away.
His bars could be bent straight up into his foot.
Yeah.
You know, you could have a lot of bar in there.
Okay. Yeah.
See? And they never actually did get let down. See?
Linda,
Yeah.
are you saying that these bumps in both sides of in the middle of the frog can prevent the real sole to grow?
Well, I'm saying when you get like huge clumps of sole around this area of the foot, that if you just allowed it to stay there, yeah, that it could do that.
Yeah, maybe that's why he has always very thin sole, because never get a chance to grow.
Yeah, real sole.
Yeah.
You know,
I have the same thing with Benenitra. She had big chunks of sole in both sides of the frog, in the middle of the frog.
Yeah.
I take them down, they keep growing, and she never let chunks of sole, of real sole, to die and go away. I had never, like I see every other horse, when the sole grows, it just is like pieces of marble that go away, but they die, these pieces.
Yeah,
and they just
exfoliate.
Yes, they exfoliate. I never had this, never, ever. And these chunks are diminished now, but not all gone. So maybe.
So what do you think?
Well, I'll take more off these chunks, because I was always afraid that she has no soul, and if I go further down, maybe I will hurt her.
Yeah, I know, I worry about that stuff too, but I've been cleaning this out for a long time. you know, and I
Yeah.
used a grinder and gradually, well, you can see here, just a minute here. Maybe I got a foot somewhere. Okay, you can see that this is all hard sole in here. Oh, wait a minute. Gotta share just a second.
Because I remember the photos and there is no lumps in the foot there.
No, and not on the not on the natural foot, there's no lumps. On the inner foot, there's no lumps.
Yes, in the inner foot. And
You know, and so I don't know all the answers to that, other than I know on a good foot, an inner foot, there are no lumps and bumps. So I just figure it's supposed to look similar to that, you know, and then
yeah.
if it's a lump and bump, it's it's unexfoliated sole, because this is kind of a hard area for them to exfoliate right here, you know.
Yes, not on the apex of the frog, just below.
Yeah, right
On
in
the
here.
there,
Yeah.
exactly.
Oh yeah. And here's the thing too. Wait, let me show you this. Okay, so I don't know if you can see this. We'll go back to this deal here. Wait a minute. Stop share. Okay. It's kind of white, kind of hard to see, but this was a foundered foot. Somebody sent me, look, it's missing the whole tip of the coffin bone. Okay, looks like that. But it had on the hoof capsule, which I don't know where it's at, it had a big lump right here. Look, here's the apex of the frog right here.
Yes.
Right there. It had one of them big chunks of sole right in front of the bar.
Exactly, there, exactly, like Benenitra.
Okay, look at the hole it created in the corium. See there?
Yes, 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 yes.
And I saw a foot somewhere where, see, that'll create an abscess. Okay, this might have been why she wound up putting this horse down. This horse existed with this foot for a long time. She's a broodmare and did okay. And but then she got super lame and finally got put down. But if they get an abscess here and there's no way for it to get out, it's got to go somewhere. And I've seen where they'll blow out up at the coronary band up here in the flesh.
Just like Benenitras, do you remember? I had so many abscesses there.
Yeah. See, so that's why I say you got to get those lumps and bumps out of there, because you can really see it's hard to see. I'll try and get the shadow. See the sores it created? Two of them, one here and one here. Just from, because what is that? That's pressure points. Those lumps and bumps create pressure points.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it affected the whole sole corium and everything.
So I must be a bit more bold about it.
Well, I guess, you know, I've had them too. And if you look at this horse, he doesn't have any. He doesn't have any of that. He's self-trim out in a sod pasture. And other than the fact that his feet got long and collapsed forward, you know, and he seems to have long toe, he was sound as a dollar and had a beautiful inner foot. And notice he hasn't got any big lumps that he's retained. You know, like some that we see are humongous, you know, like big square blobs on the bottom. And of course, look at the inside, what it's supposed to smooth. It's smooth. So if you had a big lump here, it would create a pressure point and damage the sole corium on the foot.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Hey, thank you. See, just all of our combined experiences and what we're going through. We haven't got all the answers for sure, but we're learning more and more and more all the time. And we do have quite a few answers You know, we know that these horses are supposed to have heels. You know, we know a lot. We know more than anybody else. But we also know what we don't know, don't we? And we also know that we don't know what we don't know yet. so we're ahead of the game just by knowing that we know some stuff, but we don't know other stuff. And anything we do know, if we learn something different, we'll change. See, that's a good place to be in, you know. All right. So is everybody's questions? Well, our questions will never be answered, not today anyway. So is there anything else?
Maybe we can talk again about bars, Linda.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also want to say one thing, because when he went lame, his this heel bob, the periopal breaks, and then feels like it is not abscess, but feels like his bob want to go out. I don't know why, but feels like he's pushing out, and the periopal just break, because it was very wet during the time. It was raining for straight 3 weeks, and then it got soft, and then feels like his bob just want to come out.
Okay. We
So
talked
I think
about that too.
Yeah, I saw that from the previous video as well. So I was wondering, is that because his capsule is getting smaller? So
No,
that's why he
it's
push
because
up
it's because his capsule is already too small, and
already
then
too
and
small.
his
Yeah.
foot is compressed in there, and
Mm,
then when it gets wet, that periopal softens up and it allows his foot to expand a little.
okay. Yeah.
See his foot is already under tremendous pressure, being crammed into that little hoof capsule and stuff. And so and that's another really important reason to get the bars over, so that the foot can start, the capsule itself can start to expand and release the foot. And so and we talked about that too, about don't want to overly trim periopal, because we've got to grow in some hoof capsule too. We don't want to just totally release the foot into nothing. You know, we're growing that capsule on while releasing the foot at the same time. And so we're learning how to balance this stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's foot bound.
Yeah,
you know?
because when May during May I took those shoes off, his entire frog was covered with periopal. And before I thought that was frog, but when you pointed out in one of the group chat, and I start looking at it like, holy, that is all periopal, it's not frog. So now I start trim it away, and I can see that difference. His hoof actually grows back, because before it's even much worse than now.
See, that's great. Now, did you take pictures when you first started out?
Yeah, I have lots of pictures. I laid it in the timeline, so I can see the changes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Great. Well, I'd like to look at those and see how they've changed. So we'll are you going to be here next week?
Yes, I will be here next week.
Okay, great. Then next week let's, if you could get some together to show us.
Yeah. I have it.
Bigger. That'd be
great. I can send it to you. Maybe a big image because it was very long. Many pictures. Yeah.
Okay, that'll be awesome.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, well, we've been given something to work on then.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna trim those bars tomorrow.
Okay, dear. And if you want to send me a picture or anything in the meantime, or ask me a question, feel free to.
Thank you so much.
Okay, dear. Thanks for sharing. All right, Simone.
Yeah. So I trimmed Dodo today. We talked last week or the week before about Dodo's bars.
Yeah.
And I took pictures from the pre-trim and the after trim.
Oh, I'd like to see those.
I sent it to you, and I packed it in little collages.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, you did do some collage. Collages.
Yeah, I figure out a little trick on my
Okay,
mobile,
this
so
is, oh,
I have to
cool.
try it.
Awesome. So
Um,
this is
yeah, and
11, 14,
the
23. So that's
so this was
today.
today. Yeah,
Yeah.
it is German. It's in German, and it's written in German. So um, I put I take the support off around 4 or 5 weeks ago, and took every week a picture, and to make sure that he doesn't collapse. And for my opinion, he doesn't collapse, but I'm a little bit struggling with the bars. Maybe we
Okay.
can talk about again, because I'm very happy that you figured out that we talk about today about the bars.
Yeah.
So
Um,
maybe
okay,
I would be
I'm
happy if
gonna,
you have a look at it.
you bet. I'm gonna show the pictures, okay?
Yeah, okay,
All
fine.
right. Trying to remember what I'm doing here.
So it says nach and voor, as VOR, it's before the trim.
Before.
But
So this is
before, yeah, this is before the trim, yeah.
before.
Before the trim, yeah, and it's the left front from today.
Okay, yeah. So we know from the way this looks here, okay, that this capsule is still forward. This part of the capsule, you're still growing off.
Mm-hmm.
So, and I'm looking up here and I'm looking at how curved his heels are. See how curved they curve around?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, so
absolutely.
we know
Mm-hmm.
those have to straighten out. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I would find out what's really going on with these bars. Like, I'm pretty sure they're supposed to be back here.
Yeah, yeah, of
Okay.
course. There are pictures from the after trim.
Yeah, they're supposed to be back here, but they're up
Mm-hmm.
here from
Mm-hmm.
from where the other capsule was. Okay, so I think this would all be distorted, overgrown bar, because the
Mm-hmm.
real bar's back under here. Okay, so let me go. Okay, so this is the after trim.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, so let me turn this around. Just a minute here. And so he hasn't had DIM on for a while, huh?
Yeah, around 4
Okay.
weeks right now.
Okay. But what we can
And
see,
he
oh,
doesn't collapse.
good, that's
Yeah.
good. Because he's
Yeah.
got some height here, so that's good. So what I'm seeing here, right here is, you see how that's pulled down that way?
I think you have to new share.
Oh, sorry. Let's see. Okay, got it there. Okay, you
Yep.
see how this is pulled down this way?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is old periopal and frog that's being pulled under the foot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so you see how you can see a semblance of bulb right here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think this is just a new periopal frog.
Mm-hmm.
He's got
Yeah,
going
that's what I thought too. Mm-hmm.
And that his foot is still, see, that isn't a real frog stay either. That's all a periopal frog stay there, which it only stands to reason that this would be what's going on, because well, look at the shape of his cartilage here. His bulb is still sticking up here, but he's got some elevation, so he's not, and he's got some support in his false foot, but the back of his foot has not expanded completely yet. But then if we look up here, just a minute, we're going to look at the heel. Like this heel here is real curled in here, and you still have this chunk here. And that's what I was seeing on Ting Ting's heel too, only it was on this side. She had this funky little thing that goes like this. I really think you need to get down in here and really find where that bar is. You know,
so just
oh, go ahead.
Straight down, huh? Like the line you draw on that picture with the red line marks, just straight down. So took the knife and straight down, or the grinder.
Yeah, just get this way down here.
Yeah, you know, I do pee in my pants, but I try it.
And then on this side too. See, this side just wants to smear over that way. You got to get down here and just get this thing out here so that all of this is back. And when you do it, since we don't know, you know, blah blah, one thing you might want to do is you might want to go ahead and put a DIM and a boot on him for a little bit. But look at this. This is all periopal frog. See, and that is still holding. Look, he's got this big bulb he's not really supposed to have, you know, but he's doing good. I mean, he's come a long way. You know, you're doing good with him. He's doing good. But I think what can happen is they can just keep developing those periopal frogs till the foot is right. I mean, I think that even my foot was doing that, you know. I thought that once that periopal came off and I grew that first frog, that was it, but it wasn't. Okay, because the bulbs were still in like this. So the periopal is still going to grow over all this, but maybe it was a good thing because maybe now it's supported and stabilized his foot in this position. But I think now you're ready to go on to another stage. If that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're
okay.
Like, and you're like, no, I don't want to.
No.
Me,
But
that's me. The way I am. I don't want to.
But DIM again and shoe is pretty hard in the moment because we have wet, muddy season, and
so maybe you want to
the
hold
shoes.
off for a little bit or something. I don't know.
Maybe I do it in tiny little steps.
Yeah.
And it and not all of.
Not all at once.
Yeah, tiny little steps.
You know.
Because he's walking on gravel, pretty okay-ish.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, he's not walking on gravel for the last I don't know how many years.
Yeah,
and the last time when I walk out with him, we have to cross a pretty graveling road, and he's walking totally fine on it. And okay, cool. So yeah. If you don't mind, can you have a look? The left front is the baddest one, I guess.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, can you have a look at the right front too?
Yeah.
That would be great.
I just gotta.
And next time I just turn around the hoof.
Okay,
so
the hoof this is the left front.
This is the left front.
Oops.
Left front.
Wait a minute. Now I lost my way. Let's see here. Right front.
Right before
front.
trim, yeah. I don't have those big chunks of or bumps on that point that we figured out before with Angeliki since I guess 3 or 4 months on Dodo. I don't have them anymore.
Okay.
That's curious for me.
Okay, so I'm seeing the same thing on this one. that the bulbs are still pulled under the foot pretty extensively. That looks to me like a periopal frog for sure. Right in there, see that? That's the left front. You know, I just think you're at a stage, you know, what I've noticed about my horses, we go through stages of capsules, you know, each capsule being better than the next, you know. And so I see this bar as being too high right here. I really believe these bars have to be taken down right here, straight into there, you know.
Okay.
About the real bar probably ends right about here,
Okay.
because his real heels are back here. And see, the bar, this is not where his real foot and bar would be. See how far forward his real foot is back here.
Yeah, he's a warm blood
Yeah,
either.
so he's got this capsule that's just like connected to the front of his foot with his bulbs all compressed and pulled under and stuff. And so you can see his bulb being pulled. You can see that little crack there. See, like we're always seeing, and like I showed you on my horse, how
Yeah.
are pulled
Right
in
now I
there.
see it.
Yeah, and then it just grows that periopal to just bind it and hold it in there, which
Yeah, makes sense.
is good, because you're still gonna, because he's gonna have to grow capsule on as the bulb is releasing. See?
We know that. Yeah.
So that's what I see. And so he's just fooled you again by making you think that's bar, because it's so deceptive. Because you look at the bottom of the foot, but then you look at the side, but then you look at the bottom, but you look at the side, you know it ain't kosher, but then you're like, God, what do I do with this? You know, what do I do with these bars? I mean, that's the way I am. You know, that's what got me going. Is I on Valor's foot in 2019, he had a really good looking sole and frog, what I thought was. But when you looked at the side of his foot, his cartilage was small and round. So I knew something was not right. You know, and that's when I started trimming all this stuff out of here, and found that his bulbs were pulled under and wrapped in to this area. And so, yeah.
Okay. So I'll let you know how the pee in my pants was.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Linda.
You bet. Okay, does anybody else have anything I'd like to talk about? The weather? Okay, well, I guess we'll call it a day. Heck, it's early. Ha. Okay, well, on to leave, I want to leave on showing you just some pictures of Valor's feet, some of the ways they've looked. And let's see here. Let's see. Valor progress. JK, LMNO, PQR, STUV, W, STUV, UV. Okay. Okay, well, here you am I new sharing? Okay, so this is 9/20/23. This is not 2013. I don't know why I have oh yeah, it is. God, this is 2013. And this agrees with what we started out with when I was telling you that how the buttress looks bigger. See how big my buttresses are? They're huge. Okay, look at the curve of the bar. Look at the weird distorted weirdness of the frog. Okay, this is 9, so that's 2. This is 2 months ago. And again, my heels have uncurled a lot even since 2 months ago. And look how the frog is still kind of wonky there. But look at, remember I told you that barefoot trimming destroyed the pigment in his soles, right? Looky there. Say 2013, 10 years ago. 10 years ago. Obviously destroyed some of the pigment in his frog as well, which was gray. You can see it starting to destroy the pigment in the white up here and the white marks. So anyway, so that's what the sole looked like. Look at the size of the heel buttress here. See that? Just like you cut a carrot, there's got to be a name for that kind of cut, right? You know, that's what they do in the Chinese restaurants. They just don't cut them in circles. They cut them oblong so they look larger and fancier. Okay, well now here, look here. Look here at the difference in the foot. See there how this is no heel. All this is smaller capsule. Yeah, I know, got the crack there, big deal. You know what that's from? From this. You know what why so? Because like when we first started out this hoof chat about how when you lower the heels, it changes. You're forcing these bulbs to the ground and you are changing all the angles of the horn tubules and they start pushing forward and they get right to here and your wall cracks. Oh, go away. Okay, so anyway, so this is before trim picture. And see the difference? Look at the size of the foot now. Let's see. Let me go back here. Oops. Wait. No, I don't want to save that. Just a second. Pictures. See if there's anything here. I wanted to show you. I thought I did a comparison. Valor Elemento PQRS. Oh, okay. Just a minute. Let me go up. Well, darn.
And again, Linda, look at the separation of the hoof wall in the same exact spot.
Oh, right there in the end of the heel on him.
Where the carrot is cut obliquous.
Yeah. Oh,
How
yeah.
do you say?
Yeah, I know.
Look, there are always this kind of separation.
I know it. Let's see here. I was going to find the newer picture again. Oh, okay. Where are we? Oh, I guess I closed. No, I didn't. Okay. Okay. What I want you to see here is just how much since 9 the heels have uncurled. So hold on a second here. That takes so long. Okay, let me get the other one. Oh, this stupid thing. Get over here. Just a second. Sorry. Okay, there you go. There you are. Hold on. And I really trimmed the bar down. What is going on with this thing? It's not wanting to take a picture. Why not? What is wrong with you? Oh, you stupid thing. What in the world? Well, my snip and sketch is not working. So I will just try and flip back and forth in screen share to show you. And I want you to look at the one with the green lines is before. That was on, well, actually, that was on 10/6. So about a month before this other one. And I had trimmed the bars way down on that trim more than I usually do. So, so let me show you this. Screen share. Or screen share. Or Zoom. I'm lost. Okay, you are screen sharing. I don't know what I'm screen sharing. Okay, so here's before on 10/4. Okay, and here is a few days ago on the 9th. Do you see the difference? Let me do it again. Maybe I can take a picture this time. Okay, it's gonna let me. Quick, while it's working. Okay, now I'll do a new share. Okay, do you see that? You see the difference in the whole foot? You see how wonky the frog still was over here? You see how it straightened out over here? You see how curved in the heels were? You see how much it came uncurved? Right here and right here. And I remember distinctly on this trim, I just had this idea. I thought, I need to take these bars down more. And I did. And so this is what resulted ultimately, is that the whole foot changed. The frog changed. Look, the frog is not as wonky. See, can you see that wonky frog? This is a technical term. Maybe you don't understand it. No. We're going to make up our own terms, you know? Like some of these doctors, what they're wanting to
I
call.
can see the heels that came way back.
Yeah.
Far way back.
Yeah, and uncurled. See how look
and
at
I'm upright.
Yeah. Yeah, it changed a lot. And I can see
that's the biggest change, the heels. Look at the heels.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that and the frog, because I noticed on that other picture, this frog is all wonky. Like, let me see here. Let me go into paint so I don't have to mark it up. Oh, well, I could use annotate. Never mind. Annotate. Okay, so this frog has always been wonky. And then it kind of curves in here and then curves out like that. And when I was looking at that other picture where my soul is gray from 2013, it was all shoved forward and wonky, which only makes sense. Because if the soul frame is straight and smooth, and then the bulbs push it all forward, it's got to go somewhere, right? So if you look over here, it's not wonky like that anymore. And remember that I found that my frog was all weirded out and had all that black stuff, right? Like something had moved. I said, something happened, something moved or something. Now this heel curves way in like this. And this one does it too. But now it's less. Let's see. Yeah, this comes around there. So I'm seeing a lot of good changes, and even in my toe, I'm liking my toe is more pointy. So anyway, that's what I'm going to leave with. This is where I'm at with my horse. Another thing is his area too. Little different as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, it is a little different. The bulbs are different shape. The bulbs are different shape. Okay, well, that's all I have today. And so I'm going to sign out and tell everybody to have a great weekend. Or, well, it's not the weekend. Great week. Have a great week. Okay?
You too. Thank you very much, Linda.
Thank you, Linda. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, bye, you guys.
To me, is good night.
Yes, good night. Good night, Europeans.
Good night. Let's see. Now I got to figure out how to get out of here. Stop. Oh, wait. I got to stop annotate first. Let's see. Clear all drawings. Okay, stop share.